Sitting on a spanning and evergreen 165 hectares land, strategically located in the boundary of two dynamic provinces of Laguna and Cavite, where the young, curious, and critical minds meet. This is the Adventist University of the Philippines. Here at the Adventist University of the Philippines, the academic community is one in creating, discovering, and nurturing youthful minds and skills, and transform them into productive individuals who can create remarkable print in the community. It is here at AUP that the youth are being honed and sharpened, preparing them to be trusted and innovative future leaders. Welcoming students from all over the world, a melting pot of disparate rhythms and cultures, AUP is home for everyone. The Adventist University of the Philippines is guided by its philosophy, mission, and vision. It stands proud as a Christian provider of quality education from preschool to doctoral programs, excelling in the areas of arts, business, education, healthcare, sciences, technology, and religion, through its long list of graduates who continue to shine and emulate AUP's A's. Academic excellence, Christ-like character, and exemplary service. This is the Adventist University of the Philippines, our school, our home, our haven.
Maayong adlaw, mga sir ug madam. Did I give justice to greeting you good day? I hope I did.
Tapos na.
All right. There are more educators who are coming in, and we are about to start. As an educator, I know how challenging it is for all of us to navigate teaching and learning in the new normal. Some of us may be asking ourselves, how will I assess students if everything is virtual and done online? Maybe some are asking what assessment strategies and tools would fit my learners. Is it even possible to minimize cheating or copy and paste techniques of students? How will I weigh mercy and justice in giving grades in the new normal? Well, brace yourselves for what you're about to discover in today's CPD webinar. Before we start, I would just like to give a few reminders. First, you may type in your questions in the chat box if you have some, and we will entertain those questions after the speakers are done with their lectures. Also, if you need to ask questions, you haven't posted your questions in the chat box, you may click. Maybe let us see what icons do we have here. Maybe you can click the thumbs up button, and for those who are using their mobile phones, you can click the raise hand button to ask questions. Also, please keep your microphones on mute to refrain any distraction throughout the webinar unless there is a need for you to speak. Once again, I would like to reiterate that. Please keep your microphones on mute to refrain any distraction throughout the webinar. Finally, you may have your health break anytime if you need to drink, use the bathroom, or grab a snack. Okay, thank you very much. Welcome to all of you to Facilitating Learning in Online Modes, Pedagogy and Methods in the New Normal Context. This is a free webinar offered to us by one of the PRC accredited CPD providers in the Philippines, the Adventist University of the Philippines College of Education. And praise the Lord for 8 CPD units which we can earn from attending this CPD webinar. I am Ms. Arjem, an alumna of the AUP College of Education, and I will be your moderator for today. All right. Before we get started, let me welcome our participants from the different campuses of Sultan Kudarat State University. Hello po sa inyong lahat. May I see a thumbs up or a virtual thumbs up from the reactions button if once your campus is mentioned. Hello po to our educators from the Access Campus, College of Teacher Education, College of Criminal Justice, College of Agriculture, and some non-teaching personnel. Again, from the Access Campus, do we have representatives now? May I see a thumbs up or a virtual thumbs up? Wow, we already have some. Wow, thank you. Next, how about a thumbs up, please, from the representatives of Takurong campus? Takurong. Am I pronouncing it right? Is it Takurong or Takurong?
Takurong.
Takurong. Okay, Takurong campus. Thank you po. Next, how about those from Calamansig campus? Do we have representatives now? Calamansig. I'm not seeing a thumbs up. Oh, there is. All right, thank you. Now, how about a thumbs up from Lutayan campus? Do we have representatives from Lutayan? All right, maybe they're still coming in. Give a thumbs up, Palimbang campus. Are you here? Oh, we already have. Thank you. And how about those from Isulan or Isulan? Isulan campus. Oh, we also have from Isulan campus and the teaching personnel from the different SKSU campuses. I also heard that there is a problem with electricity at the moment from our educators from Bagong Bayan campus. But I still hope that they can be with us today. Do we have representatives from Bagong Bayan? All right. Thank you. Now, from our list, we are expecting 232 participants today from Sultan Kudarat State University. That is a huge number. Praise God if everyone of those 232 participants can come today. Welcome, everyone. Let us commence this program through a prayer to be led by Dr. Nimrod S. Salazar, one of the faculty members of the College of Education, to be followed by our singing of the Philippine National Anthem, the AUP song, and the AUP PMV song. Dr. Salazar.
Please unmute, sir. Unmute.
Ladies and gentlemen, let us pause for a moment and seek the presence of God the Almighty in prayer. Let us pray. Our most gracious Heavenly Father, the creator of the universe, the giver of life and wisdom, we come to you with gratitude and thanksgiving in our hearts for this opportunity of learning, to fellowship as brothers and sisters in educational work and academic functions. We invoke your divine guidance, inspiration, and understanding as we convene to receive instruction on how to mold our younger generation to the fear of God and service to all mankind. Bless the webinar's agenda and lead the minds of our presenters down to the path of collaborative learning. Grant to us wisdom and understanding through the inspiration of God the Holy Spirit. Move our minds to conduct our work with a spirit of joy and enthusiasm. Give us the desire to find ways to excel in our work. Help us to grow in grace, to exemplify the values of prudence, integrity, and love to our fellow men. Transcend to all our efforts, plans, ideas, decisions, the confidence to become efficient worker, a workman needed not to be ashamed unto all good works. Set us free from the yoke of sinful lifestyle and cover us with a blanket of honesty and patience. Teach us to seek first your kingdom in a life that brings glory to your name. In the blessed name of Jesus Christ, the Master Teacher. Amen.
Amen.
Again, a reminder po, kindly mute our microphones. Thank you.
Tumayo po tayong lahat, ilagay ang kanang kamay sa ating dibdib, at sabay-sabay nating awitin ang pambansang awit ng Pilipinas.
Bayang magiliw, perlas ng silanganan, alab ng puso, sa dibdib mo'y buhay. Lupang hinirang, tuyang tanang magiting, sa manlulupi, di ka pasisiil, sa dagat at bundok, sa simoy at sa langit mong bughaw. May nilagang tula at awit sa paglayang minamahal, ang kisap ng watawat mo'y tagumpay na nagniningning, ang bituin at araw niya kailan pa may di magdidilim. Lupa ng araw ng luwalhati pagsinta, buhay langit sa piling mo. Aming ligaya na pag may mga api, ang mamatay ng dahil sa'yo. Oh,
The work of education and the work of redemption are one, to restore in humanity the lost image of God, through the harmonious development of the mental, physical, social, and spiritual faculties. The work of education and the work of redemption are one, to restore in humanity the lost image of God, AUP is committed to provide quality Bible-based education, nurturing students for academic excellence, Christ-like character, and exemplary service. AUP envisions to be a leading Adventist educational institution in the Asia-Pacific region by 2022. The work of education and the work of redemption are one, to restore in humanity the lost image of God,
Thank you so much, Dr. Salazar, for the opening prayer. Now, may I call, if the president of SKSU is here, may I call Dr. Rolando F. Hechanova, our PAE, and the Dean of the Adventist University of the Philippines College of Education, Dr. Leonardo B. Dorado, for their opening remarks. Is Dr. Hechanova here?
I think he will be around though at this afternoon pa.
All right, Sir Dorado.
So let me just proceed. Okay, good morning everyone. We are happy to be part of your continuing professional development program. And on behalf of the Adventist University of the Philippines, we take this opportunity to welcome you to this training. And we're happy to announce, some of you were not around yet, a while ago, Philippine Regulatory PRC gave us 8 units for this training. So that would mean when you renew your license under RA 10.9 10.902 10.912, you will have 8 units credit when you show the certificate that we're going to give it to you once you have completed the the training this afternoon. We will give you the certificate and the program registration and all those things that you needed to renew your license will be on that certificate. So without further ado, we want to start as soon as possible. We understand that there are some brothers and sisters who were actually celebrating the Ramadan. So our program will have to stop maybe at 4 o'clock and 3 o'clock rather, or depending on what we can agree today, whether we can still continue a little while finishing the last topic for this training. Thank you once again and welcome to our training this morning.
Thank you so much, Dr. Dorado. All right, now let us get started. Let us get a little refresher on assessment for our first topic today. Our first speaker is the current chair of the AUP COE Elementary Education Department. She hails from Romblon, whose current rank is Associate Professor. She gained all her degrees in Bachelor of Science in Elementary Education, Master of Arts in Elementary Education, and Doctor of Philosophy in Educational Psychology at the Adventist University of the Philippines. She is an active researcher, accreditor, and teacher. Let us welcome Dr. Rufina P. Francisco as she discusses Assessment in Education Introduction. Dr. Francisco?
Sorry.
Oh,
Oh, there. Good morning. Good morning to everyone. Magandang umaga sa lahat. Mayong araw sa tanan. Thank you so much, Dr. Darat, State University, for giving us this opportunity. May this day be really a productive day for all of us. Thank you, Ma'am Arjem, for that kind introduction. Of course, this morning I'll be sharing with you the basics of assessment in education, which is an eye-opener for the main menu of the seminar, which is all about assessment. I would like to share my screen with you. Oh, what's this? How can I share my screen? What's this?
Ma'am, just click your PowerPoint po.
Yes, ma'am.
Ma'am, ako na lang po mag-share. Gusto niya po.
Okay po. All right.
Ay na pala, ma'am.
Can you see it now?
Yes, ma'am.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. So,
Palakihan na lang po.
assessment in education, this is only an introduction to what we are going to learn today.
Ma'am,
Yes, ma'am.
please click the slideshow po. Para we can see the whole screen.
Sorry.
Yes, ma'am. All right. Thank you.
There. Can you see it now? Is it already there?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Thank you. So let us start with these words. The great things in this world is not in so much where we are, but in what direction we are moving. In what direction we are moving when we talk about assessment, dear educators. So let us try to define what assessment is. And we know that assessment is a process of collecting information about a learner's performance using a variety of methods and tools. Aside from that, it emphasizes the importance of feedback and signifies its purpose. And so, I'm sorry. I had to go back. Okay, so when we say if it emphasizes the importance of feedback and signifies its purpose, this refers to the activities undertaken not only by the students but by the teachers. Of course, these feedbacks would really provide information that later will be used to modify the teaching and the learning activities in which they are engaged in, both the teachers and the learners. Now, what can we say about what's the nature of assignment? What is it? What is assignment really? Okay, remember, assessment is at the core of the learning process. This is a vital element in the curriculum development process. And so it is used to determine students' learning needs, monitor their progress, examine their performance against identified student learning outcomes or identified or ILO. This implies that assessment is primarily for gauging and enhancing student learning. It is therefore, and it is central or very vital to students, to teachers, to stakeholders to understand what assessment is all about, why do we really need it, and how are we going to do it. Now, assessment has two broad categories. One is it measures maximum performance and measures typical performance. Maximum performance determines what the learners can do, while typical this determines what the learners will do. Maximum performance is achieved when learners are motivated to perform well. And so in this category, the students are to aim for a high score. Example of measures of maximum participations are achievement and aptitude tests. An achievement test, as we know, is a measure of an individual's competency in a specific area. Example of these are spelling tests. It may be mathematics test. It may be a periodical test. When we say aptitude tests, this is a test that measures a learner's ability or capability to learn. It conveys to teachers and other evaluators how a learner is likely to perform in school or and so therefore the tendency is how to succeed. As for measures of typical performance, is this what happens really inside the classroom? If we say this determines what the learners will do. Observation, you have there this includes, when we say typical performance, this includes attitude, interest, personal inventories, observation techniques, and peer appraisals. When we say personal interest, I don't know if you can still recall what we have taken for in college, the MBTI, which means Myers-Briggs Type Indicator, and another one is the Strong Interest Inventory or SII. The observation here is used by the teacher to document what happened in the classroom. Sorry. Now, then what is the purpose of assessment? as what I have said a while ago, why there is need of assessment? Why do we need to assess? What is that? What's the purpose? Of course, this is to gather information or relevant information about our students' performance or progress, or to determine students' interests to make judgment about their learning process. And so here we are. There are three interrelated purposes of assessment. And so the knowledge of these purposes and how they fit in the learning process can result to a more effective classroom assessment. So number one here is assessment for learning. This occurs when teachers use inference about the student's progress. Assessment for pertains to diagnostic and formative tests or formative assessment tasks in which they are used to determine learning needs. It can be used to monitor academic progress of our students during a unit or a block of instruction and a guide instructions. Students here are given immediate feedback of their performance. And based on the results, teachers can make adjustments when necessary in their teaching method and strategies in order to support the learning of our students. So examples of this are the pre-tests, written assignments, quizzes, it can be concept math, it can be focused questions, among others. So when we say assessment for learning, it's just like a formative, it refers actually to formative assessment or formative tests. Okay. Now, what about assessment as learning? It occurs, of course, this one, it employs tasks or the activities that we provide with our students, give them opportunity to monitor and further their own learning. Think about their personal habits and how they can adjust to their learning strategies in order for them to achieve their goals. This involves metacognitive like reflection and self-regulation to allow students to utilize their strength and work on their weaknesses by directing and regulating their self and peer assessment rubrics and portfolios are examples of this. And the last, another purpose is assessment to assess or assessment of learning. The first one is assessment for learning. The second one is assessment as learning. And this time, assessment of learning. This is actually a summative assessment. And usually, this is done at the end of a unit or a task or a process or period. Its purpose here is to provide evidence of a student's level of achievement when we talk about curricular outcomes. Unit tests and final project are typical examples of summative assessment. And so it is used for grading, it is used for evaluation and reporting purposes. In this one, the results will be given to students concerned, can be given to parents and other stakeholders. So, how do we really assess? Of course, we need to match or align the assessment method to intended learning outcomes. So if you are going to look at the Bloom's taxonomy model, this is our model on how we work on our assessment or how do we do assessment, because it says there that it should match and or align with learning outcomes that we have set before or prior developing the lesson. Okay, so I think I do not have to explain this further because I believe that everybody is already familiar with this. So as what I have said a while ago, that the learning outcomes should be aligned or should be matched with our assessment. So these are just examples. Okay, so when your learning outcome has something to do with thinking critically and making judgment, then maybe the assessment method that we can use is essay, or we can have a report book review. Okay. Now, when we talk about solving problems, you would like your students to solve problems or develop their plans, then maybe the assessment that we can do is problem scenario. Give them group work based on the problem or case. Also the conference paper in which there is a note for a conference and there's that annotated bibliography. There we can use for the learning outcomes in solving problems or developing their plans, and so on. Okay. Performing procedures, if that is one of our learning outcomes, then we can allow them to have the demonstration, role play, make a video, write or script and produce, made a video, produce a poster, or it could be a laboratory report. Now, another example is when we demonstrate or demonstrating knowledge and understanding, then we can have written examination, oral examination, essays, reports, short answer questions, or mini tests. When our learning outcome has to do with managing or developing yourself or themselves, then we can have learning journal, we can have portfolio, we can have learning contracts, self-evaluation, group project, peer assessment. And designing, when you want the learning outcome has to do with designing and creating performance or performing, then we can design project. We can ask them to have their portfolio, they can have their presentation or their performance. And the last one that I have here as an example for the learning outcomes and the example for the aligned, say, assessment is assessing and managing information. Then you can have your annotated bibliographies, can have your library research assignment, and database projects. So these are just some of the learning outcomes examples or samples of learning outcomes that match their assessment method. Do we really have the benefit if we are going to align or if we are going to match our intended learning outcome and the assessment? Then here, because if you will do this, if we have the alignment of the ILO and the assessment, students here can really see what's to focus on and how to demonstrate their learning assessment during, their learning during assessments. Okay? Right. Another is that, so students can have the focus when there is that learning outcome. So, and then we have assessment feedback that is framed around the criteria that have been derived or from the LO that will help or guide the students towards what's really important or what really counts in the course that they are taking. Okay? And of course, this can inform the appropriate learning and the assessment activities and the tasks, which can be assigned grade weightings. That the weight there is, say for example, in this learning outcome, which one should be, or the assessment, which one should be weighted the highest, or the, what you call this one, say in 100%, how much would be in this as a kind of assessment or learn outcomes? How many points out of 100 would be? So at least they have an idea, okay? And of course, we also have this alignment framework can also be used, especially when we are developing assessment criteria and strategies for engaging students in a dialogue when we talk about, or when the dialogue has something to do with assessment. And another one is reflecting on the overall effectiveness of the curriculum, of course, and their teaching. Another benefit that we can get when we align and match our learning outcomes and assessment is that they are systematically assessed at course level, and that can be shown or contribute to the program level outcomes. And so, and thus the information that will be provided by the students, the employer groups, the professional bodies, and so on, about the graduation standards, if in case. That is the benefit, or those are the benefits that we can get when we align our ILO with the assessment methods. Please, okay. So then what's the role of this? What is this for? Okay, or what's the function of assessment in our classes, in our classroom? And actually, there are four. One here is for placement assessment. Of course, this is basically used to determine a learner's entry performance, and it is also used to determine if students have really acquired the intended outcomes. It is done actually at the beginning of the instruction. The teacher assesses readiness pretest whether students possess the prerequisite skills needed prior to the instruction. If the prerequisite skills are insufficient, then the teacher can provide learning experiences that will help them develop those skills. But if the students are ready, then the teacher can just proceed with the instructions as planned. So that is placement tests. Okay? And the other one is, another role of assessment is for formative assessment. This occurs during the instruction and it mediates the teaching and the learning process. Also, this formative assessment is learner-centered and teacher-directed. It occurs, of course, this occurs during the instruction. And the other types of formative assessment, we can include the question and answer during the discussion, assignments, short quizzes, and teacher's observation. Those are examples of formative assessment. And the result of this formative assessment are recorded not for the purpose of monitoring students' progress. However, they are not used as basis for students' marks. So it is only there for you to find out whether they have learned from the instructions that you have given. Okay? And also, you will monitor that, yes, they are progressing, developing in their learning. Okay, so that is formative test. Another role of assessment is diagnostic assessment. Of course, this is intended really to identify learning difficulties during the instruction. So it is used to detect causes of persistent learning difficulties despite the pedagogical remedies applied by the teacher. This but the difficulty is still can be it is visible, it is always shown, or you can really find the difficulty in there. So we need to use this just to identify what is the difficulty, what is really the problem, which of those skills he was not able to develop, or he was not able to do something, or able to make it good. Okay, so this is not used as a part of students' mark or students' mark of achievement. It's only to find out which of those skills needs to be developed. Okay, another role of assessment is summative assessment. So this one is done at the end, of course, of the instruction, because you are here to determine the extent of which students have really attained against the learning outcomes that you have set. So this one is also used for assigning. This one is for assigning and reporting grades, or certifying that there is the mastery of the concepts and the skills. An example of this, of course, is the written examination at the end of the school year to determine who passes and who fails. So the roles of assessment are placement assessment, formative assessment, diagnostic assessment, and summative assessment. Now, there are some guidelines that we should remember in assessing. So there are, I have here we need to assess what we teach. So we need not to give quiz on the topics we were not able to discuss. So assess what we teach, not actually what we should teach, uh, because here teaching assessment here should reflect what we want as learning outcomes here. So that's the guideline, no? We need to assess what we teach, not what we should teach. Another guideline that we should remember is we need to we need to have the focus assessment on what is really important rather than on what is easy to measure. So focus on what is important on the on the discussion, on the skills, on the topics that you have discussed, not those things that are just easy to measure. Another is assessment of teaching should be based on what students learn rather than already know and can do, right? Why do you need to assess when they know already? So we assess because we want to find out what they learn or what they have learned or what they need to learn. Okay, so that's why when we have our lesson, we would always have to ask them, what do you know about this topic? So you have your KWL as one of the methods that you use. Okay, then another one here is assessment procedure should be built uh, around the notion of finding ways of improving instruction. So really assessment is done for the sake of improving our instructions and for the improvement learning of our students. Okay. Another is effective assessment involves the students in self-evaluation. So when we talk about self, of course, students should be there. They should be also asked what they feel, what they know, what they want to know about the discussion or the lesson, about how or she can do better next time. And so they should take responsibility for his own or her own learning. Students, you need to perceive that assessment as fair and honest and not tricky or directed or catching them. Okay, so that is one guideline that we should remember, and I think this one is very what you call very familiar, or all of this is knows this one, or all of us knows this, that we need know this, that assessment should be fair and should be honest as much as possible. And a teacher should always remember that assessment is, at its very best, a subjective and risky affair times. Yeah, when we do assessment, it's really, sometimes it is subjective, sometimes it's risky. And so if you know all of this, if you know this, then if you are aware of this, then you know what to do. Okay, right. Then, so those are the guidelines that we should remember when we are making our assessment methods, or the tools that we are using in the assessment. Now, the principles that we need to also to remember is that the aim or the purpose of this assessment in education is really to improve learning. And to be authentic, assessment must be what? An ongoing process. So, not that we stop once we evaluate them. Oh, so that's the end. We will say, you don't know this, you still don't know about this. Okay, or you were not able to meet the learning outcomes that is really intended for you. And of course, to be authentic, there should be a variety of tools that should be used, of course, with understanding. Everyone must realize that all assessment is imperfect and that flaws are inescapable of error. Now, when we say there are actually here, there are three types of errors that the author shared with. Number one is the sampling error. What? Because we know that it is inescapable. We do away with errors. So one is the sampling error. When we say sampling error, what we choose for assessment does not really allow us to effectively identify what the student knows and does not know, and what they can do and what they cannot do. So that is a sampling error. So that is the item, then we can say, I think this item is a bad test item, or it is unrepresentative sample of the student's work. Okay, so sampling error. Another error is assessor error. Assessor. The person doing the assessment makes the wrong assumptions and or inappropriate interpretation or incorrect judgment about the assessments. Okay, so another one is the communication error. The assessment message sent to or received by the student is incorrect, or they misunderstood, or otherwise, meaning to say sometimes the instruction they could not understand it, so that is one factor that they will get wrong answer. It's because of how we communicate with them, or meaning to say that the instruction was not really clear for each one of them. Okay. So those are the principles. Another principle that we should remember is that students need to develop ownership of the goals of assessment. Whatever assessment that is, of course, is the goal that they need to really improve on their learning. And students need to develop, it should be my goal. It should be my goal to really reach the standard, okay, or get the high score. All assessments should relate to the goals of the curriculum, and the classroom assessment should be directly connected to the soundly conceived and well-stated objectives. I hope that's clear, that our objectives in making, or say for example in our instructions, the objectives should be clear, and that it relates to the goal, and as that the classroom assessment is really directed to that. Classroom evaluation should be based on what you intend to teach, what you teach, and what you intend to learn from the teaching. So those are the principles of assessment. But if we want really the assessment that we can really say high quality, there are also principles that we should remember. Okay, so these are the principles of high quality assessment. There are 5 standards of quality assessment to inform that our instructional decisions are okay or good. Number 1, that our assessment should be clear, should have a clear purpose. Why do you need to assess? What is that for? What is your purpose? Another is, clear learning targets. What's the targets? What is your the goal there? Okay, I think you know that. Then the assessment design should be good, meaning that's why we would say that the learning outcomes should match, should be aligned with the assessment method or assessment tool or assessment design that we are using. Effective communication of the result. So this the result. What do we need to do? What is this for? Do I have to reteach? Do I have to redesign my lesson for today, or do I have to proceed? Students' involvement in the assessment process. So here you need to really discuss this with your students, share with your students the result, and then find out what's the factor, what's the cause. Maybe if they fail, then they have to, what happened? So students will be involved here because you want quality assessment. So the principles here, so those are just the 5 standards that we should remember. But here are, which has two categories, the maximum performance and the typical performance. The purpose of assessment, why doing it? Because we want to gather relevant information regarding our students' performance or progress. And so there are 3 interrelated purposes. We have assessment for learning, we have assessment as learning, and assessment of learning. And of course, with this model that we have for the alignment of the ILO and the assessment tool. And these are just examples of the learning outcomes with examples of assessment that we can really say they are aligned or matched. Okay, so the benefits, we have benefits here. I have discussed. Anyway, I will send this one to you if you want to have a copy of this. And then we have the roles of assessment. There are 4. We have placement, formative, diagnostic, and summative test assessment. Now, there are guidelines that we need to remember on how to make our assessment. Okay. What else? Then for the there are errors, of course. We could not just say that we have a perfect kind of assessment. There are flaws. There are error that sometimes you can say we could not escape from it. And so there are 3. This is like the sampling error, the assessor error, and the communication error. Now here we are in the principles of high quality assessment. We want to have a high quality assessment.
Kasi hindi ko na nasabi ano.
And there are 5 standards here. So it should have a clear purpose, that there should be clear learning targets, there should be sound assessment design, effective communication of the result, and students should be involved in that assessment process. Now, when we talk about principles, there are actually 4. Number 1 is appropriateness and alignment of assessment methods to learning outcomes, as what I have discussed a while ago. Okay? So it should be appropriate if you really want to have an effective developed or enhanced performance of our students. Now, another principle that we need to remember is validity and reliability. When can we say that assessment is valid or reliable? Okay, anyway, remember that assessment is valid if it measures students' actual knowledge and performance with respect to the ILO and not something else. It is also valid when it is representative of the area of learning or content of the curricular aim being assessed. Now, there are 2 sources of information that can be used to establish validity. We have criterion, related evidence, and construct related evidence. It is reliable also if it produces the same results if given to an examinee on 2 occasions. Okay, so that is when we can say it is valid and reliable. I think when we will discuss this, it will take another time for us to discuss all of this. But these are just these are just the basic ones that we should know, that it should be valid and reliable. I'm sorry for that. Another one is practicality and efficiency. According to De Guzman and Adamos in 2018, assessment is practical and efficient if, so there are conditions. 1, if the teacher utilize various methods which are familiar to them, because teachers know already the strength and the weakness of that method of assessment. Assessment is short, yet it provides valid and reliable results. It is quick to develop, but not to the point of reckless construction. Students can respond readily, but not hastily, and can be scored promptly, but not without the basis. Another one is that it should be easy to administer. Okay? Easy to administer because the instructions are clear and complete. Easy to score. Oh, easy to score because each item has one correct or best answer if it is an objective test. Yan. Ba? Easy to score. Multiple choice, easy to score. True or false, yes. Okay, clear because it has only one correct or best answer. Scores also, remember that scores reflect student knowledge, skills, or performance. However, this is meaningless if not interpreted. So, test scores should be interpreted. Objective tests are easiest to interpret actually. By establishing a standard, the teacher is able to determine also right away if the student passed the test or failed the test. By matching the score with the level of proficiency, teachers can determine if the student has reached mastery or not. Another is that classroom tests are generally inexpensive compared with the national or high stake tests. I think this has something to do. Okay, so these are the ethics. Those are actually four. No? Appropriateness, validity, reliability, practicality, efficiency, and the ethics that we should remember. And I will discuss it one at a time. Okay, sorry for that. Learning outcomes should match. No, we know that. Learning outcomes are statements of performance expectation. And there are three domains, we know that. That's the taxonomy of learning, we know that. Cognitive, psychomotor, and affective. Okay, so when we talk about validity, it does not ensure high quality assessment. Validity alone, it does not ensure high quality assessment. So it should be reliable as well. Reliability of test results should also be checked. Both validity and reliability are considered when gathering information or evidences about the achievement of students. An assessment also is valid, of course, if it measures actual knowledge and performance, as what I have said a while ago with respect to the INO. Now, when can you say that it is practical and efficient? Okay, of course, that includes the one I discussed a while ago, teachers' familiarity with the method, the time required, easy to it is short, but the result is valid and reliable. It is easy to administer because we know that instructions are clear and complete. And also easy to score because we know it has only one answer, one best answer, one correct answer. And of course, the interpretation. As what I have said a while ago, scores, however, skills the score will represent the knowledge of the skills or the performance of the students, but once will not interpret it, it becomes meaningless. So we need to really interpret what is that? Is it passing or failing? Okay, so these are assessment in which we can say it is practical and efficient. Okay, and the cost, of course, it should not be expensive. Classroom test is generally inexpensive. And when we say it is the reason for being unable to come up with a valid and reliable test, I think that is unreasonable. So it is recommended that one chooses the most, when we talk about cost, the most economical assessment. And in the school level, when we talk about types of tests, multiple choice tests are still very popular actually, especially in entrance tests, classroom tests, and simulated board examination. But however, it says here, high quality assessment should focus on deep learning, which is very essential if students are to develop the skills they need for a knowledge society. That it should be that school must support what we call performance assessment or authentic assessment rather than those objective types of tests like multiple choice. So it is really encouraged And so when we say performance, sometimes it will give you, you have to pay, but a little. But it doesn't mean that when it is expensive, then we can say it is really good assessment. It should not be as much as possible. So here, uh, the the cost should be not so expensive, but the author here is trying to encourage to use as much as possible what we call performance assessment. Okay, and then when we talk about ethics, students should have a knowledge of the targets and the assessment, the opportunity for them to learn that they should have the prerequisite knowledge and the skills, and let us avoid student stereotyping, avoid bias in the assessment task and the procedures that we are using, and of course, let us also accommodate special needs. So those are the ethics that we need to consider, and those are the principles that we should remember when we want a high quality assessment. So that has something to do with the or align the ILO and what's this and assessment tool. What else that we need to have? It should be practical and efficient. That it should be not so costly. So, dear educators, what I have shared with you are just reminders. I am sure that that we can do something with this thing that we need to remember when we are having our assessment or when we are using or when we are thinking of what assessment tools we are going to use. So for our reflections this morning, I can say it says here from an anonymous author says, don't confuse education with wisdom. Education is dependent on books, while wisdom is on good judgment. How I wish that we can really give good judgment in what our students are performing or doing in our own classroom. So thank you so much and God bless. So these are for my references.
Would you agree if I say that our let review on assessment suddenly flashed back because of that topic? Thank you very much, Dr. Francisco, for, should I say, reintroducing to us the assessment in education. Now, let us go to the next topic. We are now in the new normal. Our assessment should also fit in the new normal. The next topic will tell us what's in and what's out in terms of assessment nowadays. Our next speaker is the chair of the AUP COE Secondary Department. She was a graduate of Bachelor of Education in Special Education, Master of Education in Guidance Counseling, and Doctor of Philosophy in Education, major in Special Education. She is a special education specialist since 2003 and an active advocate of inclusive classroom. Let us give our undivided attention to Dr. Michelle T. Collado with her topic from face-to-face to online assessment, what's in and out. Dr. Collado?
Good morning. I would like to share with you my share screen, my PowerPoint. All right, thank you so much. Maayo buntag, mga kababayan sa Mindanao, Sultan Kudarat University. Kamusta mo mga kababayan doon sa Mindanao? Ako po ay nagagalak and I'm so happy to be with you this morning, and I know you've learned a lot from our first presenter. But the question is that I would like you to ponder today for the second session is, do you feel stressed already? Napapagod na po ba kayo mga kapatid, mga kababayan? And feel pressured with this online learning classes, okay? Teaching based from the traditional way that we did before during face-to-face classroom. I think these are the things that we need to consider for this topic. We will look at the microscopic challenges that we are facing right now and what are the things we need to prepare ourselves from this transition. Okay, so by this problem or issues we're facing right now, okay, I would like to quote the statement of your beloved president, Dr. Hachinova. We don't dream for a success, we work for it. And SKSU works for success. Wow, what a big word and what a very inspiring statement from your president. And I know that these seminars will not put into trash, but it will be a greater motivation for all of us. We will learn from each other for today, for the whole session, until this afternoon, and we will give some glimpse. What are the experiences we are facing right now? So we could learn also from you. All right, so now let's start with my topic. All right, face-to-face. Now, before I start, I will give you a link in our chat box, okay? We have a survey. We will make a survey, a little glimpse to know what are your perception on online cheating. This will be an introduction for my topic, and it would lead to our next presenter later that we will give us an idea, okay? What are your perception on online cheating? So now I'll put it in the chat box. You can put your answer there later, okay? So that you can give us an idea what is your perception on online cheating, okay? The objective of my session for today, at the end of the session, you will be able to compare or contrast traditional assessment and online assessment. And I do believe that Dr. Francisco already mentioned the different, okay, types of what we could do to online teaching and specifically for assessment. But now we will not compare and contrast them so that we have an idea how could we do the transition on this learning. All right. So now, as you can see, transition according to Burnett and Fuentes 2020, many of us are tempted to look for a quick solution. Do you believe so? That we become more conscious and tend to pressure ourselves, in preparing this online assessment activities, okay, and synchronous and asynchronous session, abiding with this policy at the same time from the institution that we are now having, and we have to work on the different kinds of chores at home at the same time. So while doing online classes, we need to prepare for our own family. We have to teach our own children inside the classroom. I know, inside the home, yes. Comparing before that we need to go to the office and prepare the materials. But now we become more conscious. And of course, by doing this, there are negative impact on the side of the teachers. And not only us, especially to our students as well. So we will look at this kind of scenario, like what Burnett and Fode said, assessment may have a stronger impact on the university's reputation than teaching will. So these are the things that are very challenging for us right now because there's a mandated policy that we need to do this, do that, and sometimes we neglected the quality of doing the right assessment. So let us show you the glimpse or a brief various modalities that has been implemented by CHED, okay, in terms of implementing flexible learning and teaching. These are the adaptation we made during pandemic, and CHED recommended to all universities these various modalities that we could do, okay, such as one of them is in the components of technology. We have their online, blended, and offline. So these are some of the things that we could do, okay, to have a successful flexible learning program. All right, so number one, to know what's in, and what's out. Okay? While many principles of effective teaching are applicable in the online learning environment, there is still a difference between traditional assessment and online assessment. Not only that, online learning requires, what do you think? Technical skills, of course. Okay, and it's very challenging for all of us because suddenly in one glimpse, kailangan mo maglipat ng thinking, ng skills, no? Ng style of way of teaching. It also requires what? A paradigm shift. A paradigm shift in how they should be organized, okay, and act on it at a very clever organized session during your teaching and assessment. And these are, we need to acknowledge that sharing of responsibility with your students in online learning environment, however, making sure that our leadership as a teacher is maintained and our presence are being felt by our students. So what's out? We need to accept the fact that not all traditional ways of assessing can be done online. And that is a fact right now. However, knowing the different alternative ways of doing them is the key. Okay, I think Dr. Francisco mentioned some of the ways that we can do in online. So by doing this, what's in? Ano po sa mga palagay niyo mga kababayan? What's in? Everything would start from what? Thinking. And that is the paradigm shift. Changing the way we think, the way we feel, and the way we do things around us. It's time for us to swim like a fish right now. Kaya ba ako po mababaw ako lumangoy. I just swim on not in the deep water. Okay, but now I need to swim and learn how to swim the deep water for emergency purposes. So as educator, I would like to illustrate it by showing the picture of the fish right now on the screen. Okay, jumping on a different aquarium. Okay, nakita niyo ba? Kita ba aquarium? Yes, kita naman. All right. So this time, we are feeling like a fish, putting on the new environment not common from everybody. Not common to everyone. Based on the picture, you may be able what? To swim on the aquarium, you may swim different stroke, okay? Different style from the rest, okay? But still maintaining the quality and have a better outcome from the rest. And that is the challenge for us right now, to have this kind of paradigm shift. That even though you're doing differently, but making sure that you have a quality outcome is the best solution for us to do for our students. And of course, this paradigm shift, okay, affects our skills, attitude, and knowledge. According to Thomas Kuhn theory, okay, 2012 cited by Johan Norton, which is probably the most used and abused term in the contemporary organization world, okay? But then this paradigm shift started from that time of 1970s pa. But doing online learning or online learning have to do with our skills. Our skills should change in terms of course, adapting new skill in technology that is applicable to online learning. Adapting new skills that before it's not applicable, but now it's applicable. And we have to know how to use what? What's the common way to communicate with our students? Do you know? For me, I use FB Messenger. I think for my experience, it's the best way to communicate with my students because they respond right away because they have a free data, right? And most of our students, Globe or Smart or Sun, they have a free data for FB. So we have to be updated of how to use this kind of gadget as well. So most of the time, we tend to check our FB Messenger because this is the fastest way to communicate with our students. Unlike before, right? We can talk to our students when they are in the classroom, but when we are at home, we don't entertain too much. Okay? Kapag nag-text ang estudyante, if their student texts you at home, usually we taking it for granted because we would say, let's talk talk that matters at the office or in the classroom. But now, they have many ways to talk to us because we are at home, okay? And we have to check our cell phone each time, no? Every minute it could be possible, or during our vacant time, because there are some concerns that we need to address. And that is some skills that we need to learn. And then attitude, the way we feel, all right? Towards the policy, towards the system, towards the platform, the technical, organization of Zoom, MS Teams, what else? Google Classroom. There are lots of platforms that we could use. So we need to what is your attitude? What is our response for the system? Siguro yung first timer pa lang, first time, may hesitation tayo. But the hesitation, I'm too old anymore. I cannot do this anymore. Or maybe I'm so scared because my laptop is dinosaur age pa. Or maybe I don't have a new laptop. So these are some of the challenges or that we need to address. And what is our reaction on this one? Who would help us? That is the questions that most of us ponder about. And of course, the mental health issues, it's one way. So it affects us as a teacher, and of course our students also. What is our attitudes toward them if they did not submitted requirements on time, and then we found out that there's a problem in their family, someone ran away from the family, they have dysfunctional family, it affects the learning of the child or the student. What is our attitude toward them? That's another paradigm shift that we need to consider. And of course, knowledge of the content. Change, or we could say update. We need to be updated to what is the content, or what could be the course design that we could do to our class. As we grow older, it should be expected that our knowledge should grow as well and become more updated, and the level of dimension of learning, of adaptability should be exercised. It's time for us to read or watch a YouTube, maybe, so that we could learn faster, because some of us would tired of reading books, especially if it depends on the generation, all right? But now we have YouTube. You just click the YouTube and find the topics, then you could listen to using your earphones, then you will learn from it. Not necessary to ask your colleagues, but just watching it while lying, while sitting down, while eating, while listening to those tutorial, okay, on how to manage, okay, the online platform or a new topic that is applicable to online is very useful for us as teachers. So colleagues, friends, and family could also help us, could also update us, okay, with this kind of online platform. All right, so these are the things that we need to consider if we're talking about the paradigm shifting to online learning, okay? Especially for assessment, it's very important that we have the skills, attitude, and knowledge on how to do this. Another aspect that we are going to discuss today is what's out in terms of feedback. Yan. Very important, and formal assessment is one thing that we need to consider. Feedback. Another teacher factor that we need to consider. What's out? Before, we usually give feedback to the whole class, right? When conveying the result of the performance task, when we do some announcement, when we have to give a feedback or comment to the class project, okay, group activities, generally we remind them in the classroom, okay, in a face-to-face classroom. But you know what? Sometimes this is not always applicable to online class. Why? In online, we need to recognize the change of the learning environment. Students separated by distance, we always remember that. We need to deal with the students individually, according to their context, according to their situation. So do you realize or do you observe when you're doing an announcement, it could be in GC, group chat, or it could be on a synchronous session, doing a live session with them, You announce, okay, everybody, please be prepared for the quiz next meeting on this topic, blah, 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 blah. Or tomorrow, we will have an interactive activity online, blah, blah, blah. And these are the topics. You know what? After the session, somebody will message you, Ma'am, ano po ulit? Diba? Or, Ma'am, ano po yung sinabi? What is the announcement? I didn't get it. So, most of the time, the student didn't get it. Okay, why? Because there are many stimuli. Stimuli that distracts them from listening, from doing things. Remember, we have number one issue is here, internet connection. And sometimes we allow them, we rigidly, technically require them to open their video cameras. But sadly, most of them have lost signals. So even though they would like to do that, if they open their cameras, video cameras, the tendency is it loosened up the signal connectivity and they did not hear so well. So most of the time, they message us individually. So much better to message them individually for them to remember the things they need to do. Okay, as much as possible. So if they message you or PM you, I hope you could reply right away because this is the only way for them to remember and to get what has been taught to them. All right. So what's in? Remember that the distance between you and your students, within our students, can what? Place academic integrity at stake. So we have to be knowledgeable of upholding the value in the online learning context and communicate well with our students individually as much as possible. All right. And another one, the third one is what's in and what's out. What's out usually? What's out, according to Dr. Francisco, usually we considered limited ways of assessment before. Usually we only use paper pencil examination, group activity, maybe group activity, sit to work, right? In the classroom and so forth. So remember that we're dealing with the on-campus students who may not be prepared to study online. Some of them have difficulty doing it at home, or they lack resources as well. So we have to deal with them gently and communicate with your expectations very well so that they will get what you want them to do and what is the outcome you expected from them. Some of our students may not be equipped with technology as well. So some of them would use only cell phone. Okay, kapag cellphone ang hirap, it's so hard to send PowerPoint presentation in cell phone. And also for Zoom. So there are some settings that are not applicable on cell phone. And sometimes we will require them to participate and then we get angry to them because we thought that they're just making excuses. You know, the only way that we can do is only to trust our students, to trust them that they will become more independent for this online learning. For example, let us minimize what? Paper pencil exam. I know some of I've watched some short videos. Some teachers will do an online paper pencil examination, open cameras, and the student will do it online. Then there's a time limit. Okay, so it seems like the challenge there is the internet connection as well, and a distraction around them during that moment, because we cannot control the stimuli that's going on in the student situations. Instead, why not? Okay, I remember before, I had two students who went to Mindoro because it was lockdown. Before lockdown, because of summer. So they were not able to go back to the school because of the lockdown. And these two students have difficulty accessing online. And the good thing about these students, they communicate. We had a constant communication with each other. Talagang messenger at 10 p.m., 9 p.m. When I wake up in the morning, Mom, I cannot access an online platform, blah, blah, blah. To make the long story short, mga kababayan, what we did, we do oral examination through phone call. So ginawa ko, paano kaya ito? But the students are very eager to learn. He was diligently doing his requirements, sending to messenger. So I allowed him to send his requirements through messenger rather than the platform that we have kasi nahihirapan siya mag-download. It's difficulty downloading the file online because of internet connection. So sa messenger, balis lang daw. So send niya sa akin, and then we do online with time limitation, with time pressure then, with a phone call. And then after that, the test, phone call, test matawag doon, the next day, in the class, we did a synchronous session, and we did review. We reviewed the quizzes that we had, what is the answer, the right answer, so what are the things that we have difficulty answering with, and then I found out that she did pass the quizzes. So that's good to know that phone call could also be useful, okay? Some alternative ways for your student to use if most of the resources or most of the alternative ways, ginawa niya na lahat, wala pa rin. So that's one activity or alternative you can do. So now what's in? We need to consider various types of administering our assessment. Let us more concern on the learning process rather than the grades, numeric grades that we could give to our students. I'm always telling my student, I'm more on the learning process, how you learn from this class, rather than giving you a grade that you didn't learn a lot. I'd rather be happy to see you successful in life, know how to troubleshoot a problem, know how to conduct this kind of activity, okay, rather than giving you a high grade right now, but then in the life skills in a real setting, you didn't know how to do it. So that's very important. The learning process rather than the grades that we have to give them. That's why feedback is very important for formal assessment to online classes. Okay, so what's out for number 4? Wow, mostly students follow the timeline of the teacher for evaluation. Do you agree with me? Yes, right? Before, I know most of our students, or most of us maybe, okay, this is the deadline, or this one on Tuesday, Monday we will meet, then submission on Wednesday or on Friday. For those who did not submit, or for those who did not do the quizzes, fail, 0, something like that. All right, so you know what? Our student may have experienced online access, where our students may not have experienced online assessment. Maybe it is their first time, okay? Provide them with enough practice before evaluating them. And that is what's in right now. What does it mean? Because for the traditional way of assessment, let us avoid giving timeline on evaluating our student based on our own perception. Instead, let us involve them. That's what PILOM 2018 suggested. Not based on our perception. Instead, let us involve our student on when they could submit their work or time frame on doing a certain task by collaborating. Hindi naman ibig sabihin na silang masusunod. No, it's more on involving them in decision making on when. So maybe another question is, ma'am, nakalagay sa syllabi, may time frame. No, yeah, syllabus is a guide. It's a guide for us to follow, so we will be on track with our topic, with our deadlines. But you know what? In online setting, we need to consider the situation of the student. So we could adjust. Flexible naman ang syllabus natin in terms of the deadlines, of the dates, okay? The most important thing is the student learn from us. And we have to do that. So collaboration, for example, okay, what is your suggestion? Are you okay that the submission of this project or this will be on Friday? For example, Monday, nagsabi ako. Monday, I discuss it with them. Okay, let's make a vote. Okay, but then I will give first the advantage, disadvantage, this the option. Okay, we will vote, but the very least date that you could tell me is until this date only. But within that date, we need to talk about it within the span of time. Hanggang dun lang. So they know the limitation as well. Alam nilang limitasyon ng date. But the good thing about that, you have to tell it to them ahead of time. Matagal mo pa dapat sabihin. Not today, this tomorrow na. No. So for example, okay, this is the project. You have 2 weeks. Okay? 2 weeks that the dates you should tell me, because this date are this date. We have the activities in the school. We have this kind of activity, blah, blah, blah. Ilatag natin sa kanila. Put it all on the table. What are the activities for that week? What are the expectations for them for that week? And you know what? They will tell you. And they're being honest with their situation. Talagang you will hear the reasons. And you will be surprised what kind of situation they have at home. And then suddenly you will learn that, okay. So you learn from them and they will learn from you. Very, very, very important. So collaboration is the key. So we don't have, so sometimes we are good in collaborating with other professionals, with other colleagues, but collaborating with our students, sometimes we neglect that. During online assessment, collaboration with the students is very important. Before giving them the exam or quizzes, you should prepare them. Provide enough time, like what with my experience when we did an exam or quiz, interactive quiz. I did that online. We did some practice first because I want them to make sure that they know what to do on that online platform quiz. So that's a week before. So nag-practice muna sila so they know how to do it, and they could fix all the stimuli, they could fix all the barriers in their home so that when they take the examination, they're all prepared. So provide them enough practice. So sometimes this is very important to online assessment as well when giving them this kind of task. All right? Oh. Wait lang, nawala ako. Can you see the screen now?
Yes, ma'am.
Yes, ma'am.
The PowerPoint?
Yes po.
Ayan, yan. Bumalik na ako. Okay. All right, number 5. Okay. What's out for number 5? Mostly using traditional assessment. Dr. Francisco mentioned that the difference between traditional and online assessment, authentic. Okay, using authentic assessment. So I think Dr. Francisco has very well did a very good presentation about authentic assessment. So according to Collins Monet 2001, let us consider towards a situation where the learner has a range of options from which to choose. That is one of the principles of authentic assessment, giving them choices as well. Okay? Because we have to tap their multiple intelligence. Ito yung magandang gawin sa online kasi this is the time that they need to use their intelligence, multiple intelligence, their learning style. Some of them good in music, arts, okay? So sometimes you can do an activity, they can present it through music, they can present it through poem, through drawing. So you know what, if you give them that kind of option, they're so excited to do it. Do you know that? Or reporting in more creative way. I remember I did that reporting in a creative way. Nagkaroon kami ng, what is called that? Role play online. So we did a break session. Then they prepared and I told them ahead of, okay, bring this kind of props. So kailangan meron kayong newspaper, you have a pen of course, and a scotch tape. Yun lang, kailangan yung gawin. Then tomorrow and for the next meeting, we will have a role play session. So you know what happened? It was a good performance. I saw their intelligence, their multiple intelligence came out during role play. As I learned from them na ito pala si ganito, si Chofilo ay good in music, no? Somebody sang because I gave them the opportunity to present it through music. Some of them present it through drawing, okay? Some of them present it in poem while making what call this one? A newspaper as their props. All right. So these are the things, no, authentic assessment that we're talking about. Pwede po yun pag role play online. But you need to prepare them ahead of time. Okay. So according to Delzelbado 2015, she compared traditional assessment from authentic assessment on this way. She refers that traditional assessment refers to conventional methods of testing, usually to standardize and use pen and paper with multiple choice, true or false, or matching type test items. Rather, the authentic assessment refers to what? Assessment wherein students are asked to perform real-world situation or task that demonstrate a meaningful application what they have learned from the day that you did a session. So rubric is very important, like Dr. Francisco mentioned that a while ago, okay, to assess their performance as well. So yun ngayon ang mga kababayan, to use authentic assessment. But you know what, at the end of the day, I'm not saying that lahat authentic, hindi rin pwede. So we need to balance everything. Okay, so I'm just talking about to you what's in right now. These are the in or the trends that we need to be knowledgeable with. Okay, to update our skills, to update or to enhance our perception, our attitude, and our knowledge should be updated. All right, so I will just give you a glance of this one because I know some of our presenters will explain all of this later on with Dr. Esguerra. Okay, so authentic and traditional. So these are some of the examples. Okay, I presented to you on the screen. Okay, so these are some of the examples of how traditional assessment differs from authentic assessment. Okay, so this topic we'll discuss thoroughly with our next speaker later. So what's in? Not all originally planned. Okay, not all originally planned activities can be done online, and that is the fact. Consider alternative ways of learning activities to achieve course outcomes. And to overall, all assessment plan may need to be changed as a result of the change in learning activities. So course design is very important on this part. All right, so in summary of this slide, comparing online to traditional assessment, so these are some of the types of assessment that we are using before and today. Most of the time in online, we do rubrics, self-assessment, and peer assessment. And of course, e-portfolio, they really love electronic portfolio because they are very creative, no, in doing it online. So it's very exciting for the student to do electronic portfolio. And also peer assessment because it's for them, they feel motivated if their colleagues or their classmates give the feedback from their performance as well. Okay, so giving feedback and from their classmate, being honest for what they have learned from the class is one way to know if your students are learning or not. All right, so we need to remember on this topic for number 5, online assessment, according to Palo 2009, I will read it. Despite its popularity, online learning is not without its challenges. I know you will agree with me that way. As instructors of knowledge, we have to find ways in the online environment and paying more attention of good course design and delivery. They are discovering the traditional forms of assessment of student work such as tests and quizzes that serves them well in face-to-face classroom may not work quite well in online class. So we need to balance everything and we have to know our students because each batch, each classes we're handling are not the same. There are some assessment in this class are not applicable in this class. In this class, most of the students are more inclined, mathematically inclined or numerically inclined. So we need to adjust depending on the learning style of our students as well. So assessment is very crucial way of doing it, online or traditional way. Okay. So number 6, what's out? Okay, I know on this part you will agree with me again, or most of us agree with this one. Right? If you agree, please show your thumbs up. That teachers act as what? Jack of all trades in administering assessment. Why? Because you know what? Technology provides a lot of promises in administering assessment from distance. And we have to be equipped with technology. And we all need skills to do that, right? And technology here in the Philippines can be unpredictable, and that is a problem for us right now. So be ready with the contingency plan. If the internet has backed down, or our computer or laptop or cell phone has backed down, what would be our solution? So let us not wait for those scenario happens before we act on it. As early as now, we have to prepare and think about the solution. For example, what if next month or next week my laptop has backed down? What will I do now? I need external drive. I need to do some extra SIM just in case. Okay, so these are the troubleshooting that we can do right ahead of time. We need to act now, prepare for the things that could happen in the future. We all know that face-to-face classroom as a teacher, we do all the planning, right? Do you agree with me? From conceptualization, from the content of the lesson, the assessment, and the outcome, the activities, and everything. But you know what? What's in right now? It is best that there is someone also in our school or from our institution that has expertise on this field of technical support. Okay? So that they could also help us on how to manipulate or maneuver the online platform that you are using right now. International school abroad and in the Philippines, this kind of university and schools, they have a separate person who will do the technical support, who would organize the content of the online classes, including from encoding of the content, encoding of the assessment on the computer, the online platform. They have a separate department who done this. We're doing this. And some of them called it online learning office, distance learning department, online education department, specific department, they do that. Because they believe, okay, we believe, according to Palof 2009, support, technical support is a number one key that we could rely on. If your laptops are backed down or sometimes you have difficulty encoding everything on your laptop, if you have 24 units, okay, in the semester, wow, kasabog na yung utak natin, right? And in many things that we have in mind, but you have a hard time doing it online. Marami kang gustong gawin, you have many activities, but it's hard for us to put it online because technically there are some glitches there. Okay? And it takes time for us to prepare. So I hope that this could also help us if we don't have this kind of technical support or department or office at doing this. Maybe soon, okay, we could sit down and discuss and plan the effectiveness or the working ability of this kind of department or offices. This would really a big help for us as teacher in preparing and administering online assessment. Technology can fuel innovations in our teaching and generate excitement to the students as well. Remember that what is most important in our teaching to our students is not technology. It's us as teacher. So technology is only a platform that we could use, but the main core of the learning process of the student is us. We are the conveying of knowledge, and we need to facilitate that learning to become more meaningful in the real life situation. And number 7, I have only 10. Don't worry, I will not go to 20. It's only 10. There are a lot of things to consider, but I just consider only 10 steps, what's in and what's out. All right. So what's in for next is face-to-face consultation or counseling. Remember, during face-to-face class, usually we talk to our students when they are in the campus and we try to avoid their concern. But then what's in? Distance from teacher and school can generate what? Anxiety and sometimes depression. So like I told you a while ago, mental health is very important issue that we need to also to look at during this online learning while having this kind of pandemic around us. Look at the picture. Nakamas na yung bata. Okay? Maybe she's sick, but she's trying to communicate with
Arjam, nawala siya.
Yeah,
Glitch.
We'll wait for her to get in. Maybe something happened with her internet connection. All right. Anyway, sir, there's one question posted here. Would it be all right to request for soft copies of the different presentations
Yeah.
of the speakers? Would
Yeah.
you like to answer that,
Yeah,
Dr.
we will
Donato?
give you the PDF copy of the presentation because I think there are some topics that on my part, I will be the last presenter. There are some a topic there that I'm not sure whether we can tackle it because we would like to see to it that at 3 o'clock we're done with our CPD. No, I understand there are some as the information given to us just recently was it would be the 3 o'clock is celebration of Ramadan, so we will we will try to address that, no, so materials will be given. Okay.
Okay. Thank you, sir. Nawala daw si Ma'am Mitch. May something happened on her end. Anyway, there is also one here, maybe mamaya pagdating ni Ma'am Mitch, tsaka ako na lang siya banggitin. Can we go to Dr. Esguerra's presentation po? Ayan na si Ma'am Mitch.
Andiyan na?
Yes po, andyan na.
Okay.
Let's just wait for her to... Ma'am Mitch, are you already there?
Yes, I changed my location because we had a blackout here. So I went upstairs to the second floor because in second floor have different electricity outline. Wait.
Okay. So
Sige,
that's one of the problem with the current situation right now, no. So
Mhm.
in fact there was an information that because of the tower, no, we use supposedly, for example, in Silang, Cavite, we have few towers here, and every tower we should have at least 3,000 traffics that can accommodate, but most of the time it goes to up to 6,000. So that's why you will notice the even here in Metro Manila, in National Capital Region area, the signal is not that good, no. Okay, so I think
Yeah,
Ma'am
Ma'am
Mitch
Mitch
is ready here.
is ready. Ma'am Mitch, go on.
Yes. Hello, dear teachers. All right. So we are now talking about the anxiety. Okay, the effects of this online platform, and while we have this kind of pandemic and lockdown, and some of the students, parents don't have work, and it caused the student anxiety as well. Pag walang trabaho ang magulang, nag-stress din ang mga estudyante natin, and also our student. Let me video. Okay, right. There's a click in my laptop. So we need to consider, dear teachers, the distance from the teachers and school that can generate anxiety and demotivate our students from learning. Make use of assessment that motivates them to learn more and that give them a sense of achievement as well. So authentic assessment talaga that will give them some of the movement, okay? They have to move, they have to apply it in a real setting, okay? Let us not neglect the mental health of our students. Sometimes we never know that the answer of the problem would come to us. Sometimes there's no one who could listen to them. And we are the only hope that they could consider. So I hope that we will give them time to talk to us, and we give some time, quality time, to listen to their concern. And some of them belong to this dysfunctional family, problematic situation, and no one in their family would like to listen to them. Everybody's working, and he's the only one at home. So nobody could address the problem he is facing right now. It could be us. We could be the solution, okay, that we could give them how to face the challenges of their life right now. So it's time for us to step up and become a student-centered teacher during this pandemic situation and using online as a platform for teaching. The number 8, We're almost done. We're almost there to number 10. So please bear with me. Konti na lang, mga kababayan. What's out? Wow. What's out is supervising a seat work. Okay. So during face-to-face online, we do that, right? So during seat work, quizzes, we walk around the classroom, we check their work, okay? Supervising them, we could see the way they think, they could see the way they do things, how they perform, how they behave in the classroom or doing the tests or the quizzes. But you know what? In online, there are lots of hindrance. There are lots of things that they cannot focus on. There are lots of stimuli around them. Sometimes the environment, mainit, no? During summer, what kind of weather we have in the place? Tayo now, we are in Calabarzon. What's the weather in Mindanao right now? Maybe our students is coming from Visayas, Mindanao, or Luzon. So the weather is different from us. So we need to consider that's one of the barrier or stimuli that distracts them from learning. It could be the low internet connection, or maybe the gadget they're using right now. They cannot hear us very well, like now, no, the blackout. So I need to go to the second floor and change the venue. Buti na lang, I have two electricity outline here. So, or they need to close the video cameras. So these are the things we need to consider. You know what? Final examination give teachers an insights into how well their students are doing, right? And we all agree with that one. However, these testing formats are criticized for being too late to initiate timely action. So sometimes we need to give right away the feedback from our students. If we did something, if you give them some requirements, giving the feedback is very important right away. Instead of giving back the test, all right, this is the technique now. After you finish grading them, consider having an exam review. It's very important. Or a Q&A session. So these are the things that most of us usually we don't do it in the traditional face-to-face classroom. We just give it back the exam. Okay, this is the result of the exam. Okay, you fail or you pass, or you're in the middle, or you need to do a retake examination or the quizzes. So in this session, you can elaborate on the answer, explain common mistakes when they took the test, and clarify students' questions about their exam results. So it's very important. Ma'am, your font is so big, so it distracts us. Or maybe, ma'am, I think the way you write the sentence is not that good. It could be like that. Or maybe the grammar, it could be like that. So we need to get the feedback also from our students. Providing the platforms for revisions, it's very important, and discussion on performance-based tests can significantly improve the teacher-student interactions, thus allowing for understanding of areas they did not pay attention with. So part of the challenge we're facing right now, online is that students may be tempted to cheat, right? And being firm and consistent in implementing the academic integrity policy is very important. And I know our next presenter today, Dr. Dorado will discuss on how to avoid cheating in online learning platform. Okay, so actually I have here a link in Mentimeter. I don't know where could I send it? I will send it to Q&A maybe, kasi I don't have a chat box. So later a chat box siguro, Q&A. Okay, so that you can put your answer. There's one question that you need to answer, and then later on our presenter would know, okay, how many of you, okay, perceive that cheating is very prevalent in online classroom or online learning. So later on, for now kasi hindi ko siya ma-send, so maybe after my presentation I will send it to the chat box so that you could have time to answer it any time of the day, because so that our presenter would have a reference. All right, so it's very important. And number 9, second to the last. Okay, we're about to end the session. Okay, so number 9 is what's out? Teachers full in charge in designing assessment plan. Okay, I know these are some of the things that we discussed a while ago, that that the school may already have policies or guidelines that in delivering flexible learning. Okay, I know in your in your university, I think you have modular also. Modular learning is one of your ways or alternative ways that the student could use, right? And particularly in the area of determining student learning, you have to know the policy that abides them. So I know in your institution, you also have this kind of policy. So the school may have a provision to assist us in designing this kind of assessment plan for the online environment. So we have to take the advantage of this kind of assistance, okay? So I will not deal more of this one because I know some of my colleagues will discuss this flexible learning and doing assessment plan by Dr. Esguerra. Okay, and lastly, or number 10, what's out? Usually, the government or school sponsor the training with fee. Remember before, we go to different places, to Mindanao, Visayas, okay, with fee. May bayad. Okay, why? Because we have to go there, right? Transportation allowance, food allowance, accommodation allowance, everything should be shouldered. Maybe the school or personally we will shoulder it. But then what's in? So usually it's for free. Most of the webinar right now is for free. Or if not free, it's not so expensive. Why? Because you know what's part of the CHED or DepEd plan. Because we are now in a transition phase. Okay? Because the DepEd and CHED already communicated their learning continuity plan and implementing guidelines for flexible learning and teaching. So we need to be updated with this plan set by our government as well. So that's why CHED is very eager that all the faculty and staff of university, school, or tertiary man to, basic education should be knowledgeable or skillful in learning, online learning as well. It's not only learning online, but the flexible learning as well. So different kinds of things that we need to do for learning online. The government has been sponsoring training seminars on how to deliver flexible learning. So attend these webinars and be equipped so that we'll become more prepared and ready to do our best to give our students the quality education that they deserve. Okay? So now to summarize everything, okay, let's remember, I know you know this already at heart. We just reminders about the learning pyramid. No, I know you know this, especially for those who are teaching, principle of teaching, facilitating of learning. So just to remind us that as we could see, this form, the learning pyramid, there are also various informal, formative, alternative assessments. It could be recitation, visual presentation, that can give us a picture of what the students have actually learned after instructions, providing evidence of learning and certifying competency and serving the purpose of assessment of learning. So these are the things we need to consider. So we need to balance everything, mga kababayan. So participatory teaching method, are you more on this part? Because we all know demonstration, okay? How many percent? Passive teaching. So parang mali natin ano ko, ang aking, I'm sorry, it should be, the line should be higher. It could, the line here should be here on the 30%. So I'm sorry. So passive teaching, 20% and 10%. Okay? And participatory teaching method is from 30% below the demonstration. So the student, we would like them to participate well, more participation in online classes rather than listening and reading. Okay? So for the last, okay, just to summarize, let us remember that number one, you have to encourage the students to develop skills, providing them feedback each time they finish their work. And number two, assessment technique that fits the context. We need to use assessment techniques that fit the context and align with the learning objectives that you prepared for them. And of course, we have to design, all right, assessment that are clear and easy to understand and likely to work on the online environment. So, and lastly, we have to ask for or incorporate the student input into how assessment should be conducted. So we need to collaborate with the student as well in planning our assessment in the classroom. Okay, so online, traditional, which is more useful in my class for this month? So let us remember that this transition from face-to-face to online classes, okay, has many paces. Online assessment has many paces. But the good thing about that having the right, if we have the right skills, if we have the right attitude, if we have the right knowledge, okay, the paradigm shift on dealing on these challenges would be the best tool for us to assist our student to have a success, for them to have a successful and enjoyable school life. So paradigm shift is very important, and let us hold together as one in preparing activities, course design for the benefit of our students. Let us balance in using traditional assessment and online assessment. So i-balance natin. But mostly, online assessment, authentic assessment should be implemented as well. So to end, before we end, let us ponder this question. What are the challenges did I meet when I move, okay, our class online? Okay, I don't know if I have some extra time to, maybe some of you could share with us later. Okay, what are the challenges so that we could learn from you, and what are the solutions that you make after facing those challenges? All right. So these are the things. Then I would like to quote from the Proverbs quote. There is a way that seems right to a man, but it ends is the way of death. There is a way that seems right, but it leads to death. Okay, this quotation tells us that there are something that we thought is correct, but the end outcome to our students leads them to distractions. So we need to be careful in doing things, planning the assessment, so that the things that we prepare for them, okay, would have a good effect or proper effect, good outcome at the end of the classes. So thank you so much, and God bless everyone. I hope you learn from it, and you could give you're more motivated now to go back to your classroom online and be more creative, okay, in giving them online assessment. Thank you, and God bless.
Thank you so much, Dr. Collado. Napa-reflect kami bigla if our assessments are still updated. And yes, you are correct. Ngayon, mas importanteng, we need to see the importance of the intermarriage of traditional, online, and authentic assessment. Again, if you have questions, kindly post them on the Q&A box, and we will try to accommodate as many questions as time allows. We also encourage you, kasi ito lang yung means of interaction natin, the chat box. That's why we encourage you that if our lecturers post some questions, you try to give your insights for those questions. Like kanina, ang question ni Ma'am Collado is, what is your perception of online cheating? And we got one answer from Sir Aurelio Ampo. He mentioned frequency of cheating is higher because faculty and students don't interact directly, kaya daw mas higher yung chance of cheating. Okay, thank you. Now, our last speaker for the morning session is the director of the AUP Records and Admissions Office and a professor at AUP COE. He gained his Bachelor of Arts in Communication Research and Master of Arts in Education, major in Educational Technology. These degrees at UP Diliman, and finished his Doctor of Philosophy in Educational Administration at the Adventist International Institute of Advanced Studies. Get ready to jot down assessment strategies as Dr. Chofilo C. Esguerra Jr. shares his expertise on online assessment strategies for online classroom. Dr. Esguerra?
Thank you very much. Can you hear me clearly?
Yes, sir.
All right. So let me just share to you. Okay, I hope you also see my screen now. Can you see the presentation?
Yes,
Yes, sir.
Thank you very much. Okay, magandang araw po sa inyong lahat. Good day. We're hoping that everyone has a good day. We are located in different regions at the moment, but right now I'm here in my office while some of you are probably in your homes, some of you are probably in offices or in other new normal settings. Kagaya nga po ng nasabi ng ating mga kasamahan that has already done their presentations, Dr. Francisco and Dr. Collado, telling us and introducing us to assessment as well as the what's in and what's out. So I'll also be reviewing several of the points that they were able to talk about, and hopefully we can learn from this topic on the strategies that we can apply, lalo na po ngayon that we are using online modalities for the assessment of as and for learning of our students, especially po sa Sultan Kudarat State University. So let us begin. This statement needs to be true to you first. Okay, bago po ang lahat, actually bago po natin tanggapin or before we even try to accept the concepts of assessment of learning, whether face-to-face or online, this has to be true. This statement has to ring true to all of us, that assessments provide evidences that learners are learning. That's why in the last couple of years, especially in higher educational institutions such as AUP and SKSU, we have been attempting, or at least revising, just like what Dr. Collado said, a paradigm shift has started even before the new normal came about. Na dapat ang ating mga assessments are outcomes-based, that we have to provide concrete evidences, or our students have to provide concrete evidences that they are learning. And our assessment practices have to validate and verify these evidences in order for us to say na natututo nga sila sa ating mga courses, sa ating mga classes. No? Because far from what has been practiced, aminin na po natin, let us now admit that there were several practices that should not have been happening in higher education, such as yung sinasabi nila na tumitingin daw sa kisame, no? They're looking at the ceiling for the grades of the students, that grades are being given and to students just because they attend the classes. Ang nagiging basis ay attendance and so on. At pati na rin yung mga sinasubmit nila sa atin, whether they be papers, whether these be quizzes and so on. Were they really providing evidences that the learners are learning? And so we have to decide first na these evidences are ways as teachers to determine whether learning is occurring. Nangyayari ba talaga ang learning, pagkatuto ng ating mga estudyante, or our students really learning based on the evidences that they provide? So that's what assessment does. No? So kung hindi pa po tayo, if we are not yet convinced of the truthfulness of this statement, then we are still, in a way, stuck, not in the entrance to the new normal, but stuck in what we may call how assessment has been done in the past. And so kapag po ganon, then that means whether mag new normal or whether we can go back to the old normal, hindi pa rin po natin nakakamit. We are unable to achieve what we are trying to achieve when we do assessment of learning in our classes. Now, let's try to take a look at several of these traditional strategies. And nabanggit nga po, it was mentioned already by Dr. Collade how these strategies are worked for us, or at least are still working for us even at this time. Now, again, let's not connote the word traditional to something that is not good. No? Traditional, when we look at traditional as a word, it doesn't necessarily mean na it's not good. No? So we're just saying that this is what we have been practicing traditionally, even before the new normal, or even before we had several iterations of, let's say, outcomes-based education and other forms that we are currently applying in our universities and colleges. So kasama na po dyan, we include here recitation. We ask our students to recite, and then we have reporting as a means to, in reporting, normally what teachers tell me when I interview or when I ask them why they do reporting, and I myself has some of these reasons, is that they want the students to be able to learn and teach their classmates, no? And therefore we assess them based on their ability to report. And then we have quizzes, whether it's short or long, no? But that is something of a contention as well. And then we have content papers, whatever those papers are. We have those as position papers, reaction papers, research papers, term papers that we ask our students to submit to us. And then, of course, we have our long tests. We call these long tests depending on the length. No? In some, I remember back when I was still an undergraduate in University of the Philippines, we had the blue book there. So the blue book is what we actually used for having our tests. No? So whether it's an essay or whether we place the answers there. And so we continue to have those tests somehow, and it's a different version, at least in the new normal. But that's a traditional way of looking at assessment strategies. And of course, we have others that you probably built on as you went along as a teacher in higher education or even in basic education. So these are just some of the examples that we use. And of course, though we said that traditional not necessarily means that they are not good, there are several of these that we may find that probably, just like what Dr. Kuya just said, probably became a barrier in the determination of whether our students are learning or not. For example, in recitation, much of the questions that we ask, just so it will be faster in determining whether our students learned or not, is that we usually ask low order thinking items because we're simply asking them what, okay, where, just so we can see whether they read or they were able to memorize things. And so that's what recitation is for us. But recitation in itself has many flaws and problems. For example, if you have 60 students and you ask them to recite each one of them, when will you be finished in the recitation? How do you determine what points they get for the correct or incorrect answers? And normally, unlike in basic education and higher education, we don't really see a lot of our students clambering over, raising their hands. As much as possible nga, yung mga estudyante natin, hindi yan magtataas ng kamay. They will not raise their hands to try to answer our questions unless we threaten them with, traditionally we had to threaten them with the class cards, or we had the roster there and then we randomly call upon them. So it does have its flaws, because if we ask the same question to all of them, it won't be practical as a recitation. But if we ask an easy question to one and a more difficult question to another, so are we getting the correct evidence, that we have? And of course, reporting also became problematic, because what a lot of our students did was merely parrot. The term is parroting the books or the references that they come across, or sometimes we even give. Sometimes if we have the textbook, perhaps, and we assign them based on the textbook, they will simply read through what we already read in the textbook. And from time to time, although some reports can be creative, but what is the exact competency that we are trying to assess among those who are reporting? Is it their creativity? Is it the content that they are reporting? Is it both? Which one is better? Because sometimes we do have very creative presentations or reports, yet they lack the substance. We have very deep reports, but they lack the creativity. So which one is the definite priority in that? And so these are issues that in traditional assessment strategies that we have come across with. And it becomes all the more complex when we now move to online modalities. And so we need to talk about better strategies as we look into how online teaching has transformed all of these issues. So let's take a look at what exactly is different about assessment online. Now, again, we are currently, we're not discussing to you how the teaching happens. That's probably for another time. But this is more on how do we assess students, our students, in the online platforms or online delivery of instruction. So first off, of course, is that because, and there was a comment in the chat box a while ago that cheating happens more because of the lack of face-to-face meetings. And I would agree on that. However, we have to admit that cheating did still happen even when we had face-to-face meetings, which means that we did not eliminate it during face-to-face. And definitely that's something that we are still needing to contend with on online. So there's another presentation for that later. But the lack of physical face-to-face meetings actually has a great impact on how we do assessment online. Because before, feedback was actually instantaneous. When our students raised their hands and they would ask a question about the assessment that's ongoing, then we will be able to help them with those issues. But then because we lack those face-to-face meetings, if we are giving them, let's say, an online examination where they are doing it by themselves, if we'll talk about that in a while, how will they ask the question to their teachers if we are not online, or that we don't have, we are not together in that? No? So those are, that's a very important issue that we have to look into. Next is that students now submit alone. If you remember, and I'm sure you're missing it already, nami-miss nyo na po ito, yung you are sitting on your desk and you ask them to submit the papers that you ask them to have for that deadline. And isa-isa yan, no? You either ask them to pass it to you, isa-isa yan. And so I'm sure you're missing how your students place their papers sa likod, no? Sa likuran, behind their classmates, and then you get them as one right there. And that feeling was actually quite helpful, for our students, because they had this form of validation that I did what I need to do because everybody else has done it. But in online submissions, kasi they actually do that alone. They're not really certain whether their classmates have submitted, unless they chat with them and said, "Submit ka na ba? Have you submitted this requirement to our teacher?" And so that's the only time. But not everybody will have time unless they have a group chat, and then of course may tatahimik pa doon, not willing to be embarrassed online that they did not actually submit it. And so the aloneness seems to have a very big impression among students about whether, am I alone here? Am I alone doing this? And so that is something that we need to also address. Thirdly, students now normally take their tests alone. So if your online modality allows your students to take the test, for example, the whole day, so that they don't have to take it together. Even then, if they are taking it together at the same time, if the student is just in his or her room and no classmate on site, then they're taking the tests alone. So it's also a social thing that there's seemingly there. Again, the question remains that on top of their heads, they're asking themselves, "Am I really doing this alone?" No? And so that is another thing that we have to look into. And as Dr. Collado mentioned, what's in right now is that teachers will need to deal with individual students. You assess them individually. Even if they're working in a group, it needs to still be assessed individually, because you need to make sure that they did participate in virtual groupings. You need to validate whether they were actually able to contribute to their groups and so on. But then in most cases, you're actually seeing the submissions or the assessments of our students as they are individually. And so these are quite different, because in a normal sense, or at least dati, in our old normal, we had our papers stacked on top of our desk, and we're looking at them and we're seeing, wow, ito na, ganito karami yung chechikan ko. This is how much I need to check. But then now we're actually dealing with how our students are submitting their work individually, and we need to work on these submissions individually. And so that's how different it is when we're dealing with assessments online. Now, you have to realize, though, that even before the pandemic, bago po mag-pandemic, before the new normal came about, or the better normal as we call it. Is it better now? Parang it's getting worse. This is not new. This has been what's different about online learning from the very beginning. And so even in the 1990s, latter part of the 1990s, when finally internet was showing promise in distance and online learning, much of what was going on was really like this. But learning has been happening. Nga lang, the main difference is that how we assess them, how we provide them with feedback is a little bit different now, because a lot of our students are not doing this because they want to. We teachers are not doing this because we want to. We're forced into this, apparently, and yet we need to do something about it. And so that's what's different about this. Hindi ito bago, it's not new. Yet, the situation surrounding this is what's really making this quite different. So, let's take a look at another a set of four ways in which online assessment should actually look like. First is that online assessment has to be rich in immediate feedback. Now, I'm going to talk, I think Dr. Collado did mention already how feedback is important. But again, I'm going to talk about this because this is one of the most important aspects of online assessment strategies that we need to learn, especially if we went from traditional to online. And so feedback has something to do with what we tell our students about their learning and how the conversation acts as our way of, the students' way of conversing to us and negotiating with us how they will improve learning as well. And then we have to think about online assessment as authentic and alternative. Now, authentic, of course, again, Dr. Collado has mentioned that already. And we describe authentic assessments as the contextualization of our assessments into real world context, how our students show and demonstrate actual learning, and that we measure these through alternative means such as rubrics, checklists, and so on. And so we move from looking at assessment as simply answering questions from us or from the books to more of how will my students see, or how will my students will my students demonstrate their learning, and how will we see that demonstration among our students. So again, it has to be rich in feedback, and then it has to be authentic, real world contexts. We also need our assessments to be outcomes based instead of just being based on objectives as what we did before. Outcomes based education, I believe, is familiar to all of you, and we are now our assessments needs to be based on these outcomes. Now, these outcomes, just like authentic concepts, are based on the demonstration of the competencies, of the skills, of the values, and of the knowledge that we need our students to acquire at the end of our courses, at the end of our topics. So because it's outcomes based, then we are looking for what we intended for them to have in the first place. So for example, at the end of this lesson, my students, or at the end of this course, my students should be able to demonstrate how to do a balance sheet, perhaps. So that means we have to be measuring, or we have to assess them based on their ability to do the balance sheet. Okay, so that is outcomes based right there. And finally, online assessments actually need to be integrated as well as clear. So let me discuss briefly about this too. When we say it's integrated, integration has much to do with not delineating between whether our course is actually a theoretical one or a practical one, or that our courses or our programs need to be, for example, kahit pa, even if let's say major in philosophy yan, kailangan our students are able to perform by providing us with technologically sound outputs. No? So parang ganon. So instead na just pinapasalita lang natin sila, kasi nga we said that, oh, this is a talking class. So not really. There's no more like that. We want our students to also have a taste of other disciplines. So instead of just keeping them in one path, nagiging video editors na yan, naging singers na yan, naging performers na yan, naging cooks na yan, or chefs, and so on. And the way we give instructions in online assessments needs to be very clear so that it looks like we are the ones talking. So when we give them deliverables or requirements, as we call them, kapag nagpa-assignment tayo, each step must be very clear to them in order for us to communicate na these are the ones that we want them to do, without them needing to contact us. Just like what Dr. Collado was saying, ma'am, sir, what were you talking about? Can you clarify that, please? And so it needs to be very clear because we want them to see what exactly it is that they need to perform, what exactly it is that they need to produce, what exactly it is that we are expecting them to do. And so the clarity of our instructions are very important when we are providing online assessments. So let's take a look at several ways, or at least these are just overview, mga overview lang ito of what kind of strategies we can do. So as we heard from Dr. Francisco this morning, we have these three, at least the three important purposes or at least functions of assessment. We during pre-assessment or diagnosing the weaknesses and strengths of our students with regards to what they know and what they don't know, we diagnose them ideally before our online classes begin or the topics begin. So in online assessment, you can already provide them with pre-tests. Now you can go ahead and place in your platforms, in your learning management systems. You can send it to them. Okay, take this test so that I will know who I'm dealing with. Okay, so if you are teaching a course, kung nagtuturo po kayo ng kurso, and you'd like to know what is it that my students know and what is it that my students don't know, it's easy enough for you to provide them with a diagnostic assessment before the classes begin, before you begin with your topics. No? So, and that is easily provided by giving them, let's say, a very basic multiple choice test, or you ask them by asking them to give you an essay or give you short answers to your questions and so on. So at least you have an idea of who you're dealing with. Kasi kung alam na natin, if we already know as teachers, what our students don't know and what they know, then we can go ahead and redesign our courses even before we start our classes. No? Which is right now in online modalities, it's easier to do because later on this afternoon, I'll be showing you some tools on how we can create these pre-assessments. Next, we have the formative. And formative, just like what Dr. Francisco told us, is determining whether our students are learning. We need to understand where they are, the behaviors, or whether what we are teaching them is being imbibed or being embedded in their learning. And so formative has not much to do with the grading that we are trying to do. And that needs to be clear to you. Na kapag po nagbigay tayo ng formative assessments, the understanding there is not because we want to grade them, not because it's included in their grades, but because we want to learn whether what we have or what we've been teaching them has been understood. No? So formative assessments, the idea here is that if they did not understand, then we have to do something about it. No, as teachers, dapat we can see na the quizzes are low, not because they did not study, but because they probably did not yet understand it. So these are information that we need, and that's why we have to do more formative assessments now during online assessments, because that is one of the ways in which we can make adjustments in our teaching. No? So a lot of these formative assessments can be carried out using non-graded quizzes. It has to be clear that these are non-graded or at the least, actually, in truth, any quiz should be non-graded. They just need to be scored so that you will know whether your students are doing well in understanding the concepts or not. You can also provide forums, so that you will know whether the ideas are there that you really wanted them to learn. Kasi kung wala, then this is the best time for you to go ahead and react to the forums and say, let me correct you on this. Let me tell you that this is what it's supposed to be, and so on and so forth. You can give them short, what we call minute papers, but online we can use different tools to do that in order for them to submit to you what they thought of the topic or of the lesson that you just gave. No? So these are short ways in which they can provide you with what they learn. And then, of course, you can go ahead and give them continuous feedback in the work that they are doing. For example, just like what Dr. Collado was saying, no, the process is very important in online assessment. The process of getting there and not what they have at the moment. So, for example, nagpa-term paper ka or nagpa-reaction paper ka, it is recommended that if the student did not do very well in that reaction paper or in that term paper, then you have to return it with comments and ask your students to go ahead and improve it. Kasi nga, you can't really allow them to keep doing work that is substandard. No? And that is one of the issues that we have to admit to in the traditional sense na nasanay po, we have to admit that our students ended up being used to just submitting things. No? Nag-submit lang siya. I remember in my first years of teaching, ganun po yung sinasabi ng mga estudyante ko, sir, nag-submit naman po ako. No? But then, what if what they submitted was subpar, no? Or hindi yun substandard? Hindi yun yung dapat nilang ginagawa or dapat nilang pinapasa sa atin. Then the best thing to do is actually return it with comments. No? Don't just return it and tell them ulitin mo. No? It has to be with comments. This is what you need to do. This is what you need to change. This is what you need to improve, because this is the standard that we have for this topic, for this lesson. This is what we need to find according to our rubric, according to our checklist, according to our standards. So dapat na ibabalik po yan. No? And they have to redo it because that's the right thing to do. I mean, in the real world, that's how it's done. We don't just submit things and then it's accepted right away. Sa totoong buhay po, and you all know that, we all know that. In real life, something that we do subpar or substandard needs to be returned to us. And we need to make improvements on that until it becomes what it should be. So that is the kind of formative assessment also that needs to work. And I'll discuss more about that when we get to feedback. And so we also need to address summative assessment strategies, which, just like what Dr. Collado said, are meant to be performance-based now. So why performance-based? Again, I'll be talking in length about that shortly. But summative assessments need to move also from traditional long tests to performance-based assessments. However, if we do give them summative assessments, there should not be a preference to very long tests, what we're used to before. No, it has to be short enough so that they don't need to spend too much time in front of their computers browsing and so on. Our tests must be more comprehensive. Dapat we can identify what items should be there that we really need to infer with to reflect the learning of the students. So it's weird, no? We call it shorter long tests, no? Parang hindi parang it's an oxymoron of sorts. But I think you're getting the point na kung dati what we're giving them was 100 items. Okay, I hope not. Right now, the item should be about 40 na lang, or less, if we are still choosing to have long tests. Or the summative assessments should be more frequent if we need to get enough information about whether our students are summatively learning. Otherwise, we go performance-based. And I'll be talking more about that in a while. So you're seeing now na hindi naman ganon, it doesn't look like it's that different. Even if, in truth, let me tell you this, my dear friends, even if there was no pandemic today, and we were invited there in SKSU to talk about these things on assessment. The truth is, we're in at least personally, no, I'm gonna say the same thing to you. I'm gonna say the same thing, even if it was not in the online modalities. I'm still going to tell you the same thing. The reason for that is like what Dr. Collado said, the paradigm shift of trying to make meaning out of assessment is needs to really be concrete at the moment, that we have to change a lot of things that we used to do. Okay? So let's now talk about why feedback is important, is an important strategy in online assessment. Just like how I told you a while ago, that what our students need at the moment is that a validation of whether they're doing it right. No? The reason for that is because we are not there. And even if just like what our previous speakers were saying, that they can communicate with us, that doesn't mean that we can communicate with them right away. No? Even if, for example, they message us on Messenger, if we did not see it, or if we are preoccupied with other things at the moment, that doesn't mean that we can answer them. And even then, we need some form of background. If our student asked us, sir, ano po yung gagawin namin? and some students can be as vague as that, no? They need to learn how to communicate properly as well. They're asking us, ano pong gagawin namin? And so if I got that message, I'm usually, what do you mean? Anong ibig mo sabihin, anong gagawin? Saan? What is it, the test? Is it the paper? What are you talking about? And then mag-uusap pa kayo, no? So that is why later on you'll discover that a lot of the tools that have been proven to help us teachers in teaching and assessing has ways of providing immediate feedback to the deliverables or submissions or requirements for students. No? So immediate feedback, immediate and clear feedback is needed. So for example, yun na yung as what I was talking about a while ago, that when our students give us give us their deliverables or requirements, we can actually go ahead and look at these requirements and ask them, is this really what is needed? Is this really the standard? If not, then you have to do this. You have to improve this. This needs to change. This needs to be moved to another one, and so on. So that kind of feedback is necessary so that the students are actually learning from the assessments that we are giving them. No? So it's not about submitting something. It's about, just like what Dr. Collado said, the process of learning through the assessments that are being done in our classes. So even then, kahit nga sa tests, there are, and many of the tools, even in tests, and later on, like I told you, do not miss this this afternoon. No? I'll be talking about those tools. Na even sa mga tests, they provide immediate feedback. For example, sinagot nila ang A. Ang A ay hindi tamang sagot. May pwedeng feedback doon na kung bakit hindi yun yung tamang sagot. No? And that is very important because there's no you. No? Walang teacher na nandoon to clarify, to verify why that incorrect answer was incorrect in the first place. So feedback is very important both for testing, such as long tests and quizzes, as well as with performance-based outputs or processes or deliverables or requirements that they submit to us. That's the most important. simply because you are not there with them, unlike in face-to-face classes. No? But then, even during face-to-face classes, feedback has always been very important. And this is not just about praising them on what they did right or disagreeing with what they did wrong. Feedback has much to do with whether our students are meeting the kind of standards that we are placing on them when they are being assessed. No? So yun ang importante sa feedback. Why is feedback something that we need to do and a skill that we need to acquire as educators? And so, yun nga lang, mas matrabaho siya because to tell you honestly, if you're teaching, for example, about three preparations, three different preparations, then each of these courses will require you as a teacher to give feedback to each of your learners, each of your students in what they are working on. So medyo mahirap magbigay ng blanket na feedback dyan unless pare-pareho sila ng ginagawa na hindi tama or pare-pareho sila ng ginagawa na tama. Each of these, because we are dealing with them as individuals, we are dealing with feedback individually as well. No? So it will take quite a time. So what we will be doing at the least, or what we should be doing as teachers in online context right now is really making sure that every day at the least our students are receiving feedback from us. No? So just last night, for example, or the other day, one of my students communicated with me. And I, actually po ngayon, no, nag-multitask po ako ngayon. Meron pong nag-message sa akin. They're asking for their paper. And so I gave them feedback on their paper and they need to improve it. And I was just given the message that, thank you so much, sir. We will be improving our paper right now. So feedback is very important at the moment. Feedback has always been important, no? So, dun po tayo pupunta. Now, you're probably asking, so, ang daming gawain. And I will tell you right now, there's no solution to that except that, yes, there is a lot to do because as our presenters told us, a lot of what we're doing right now, especially in online context, is actually spending time, not just in teaching, but spending more time in assessing our students because we need to know whether they're learning. No? Nag-learn ba sila? That is more important at the moment. The most important at the moment because that's what we need to really know from our students. So feedback is the most important aspect of online assessment at this point. Now, another question would be, why go authentic? Or why are we going to, you see, authentic assessment is not something new. No, you've probably heard of it before, especially during when we were being introduced to outcomes-based assessment, outcomes-based education, we needed to do authentic assessment as well. And then, in authentic assessment, we have to also realize that this is in the context of performance-based assessment as well. So most of the authentic assessments that we do is actually performance-based assessment, which provides us with whether our students are achieving or are able to demonstrate what we needed them to learn. So take a look at this comic strip, for example. I'm sure you've seen this before. And what's the difference between being able to teach something to our students and our students being able to learn it? So those are paradoxes, actually. That looks like a paradox if you look at it, because no matter how much we teach our students, that doesn't necessarily mean that they've learned it. And so how will we know that our students have learned it? The best way so far that educational scholars and the like have found out is that if our students are able to demonstrate no? So we can teach many things about balancing accounts, many things about principles of teaching and learning, many ways about, let's say, the process, the scientific method, and so on. We can give them lectures upon lectures and books upon books about these, but that doesn't necessarily mean that they're learning. Even if they get, let's say, 100% in a multiple choice test, that doesn't necessarily mean that they've learned it. For example, you have to admit that even if a person has passed, for example, the board exams, let's say the licensure exam for teachers, that doesn't necessarily mean that they are the best teachers. That just means that they passed the exam, no? So in this particular area of why in online learning we have to go authentic, it's because the evidence has to be that they are able to show us or demonstrate to us what they are learning. That's why in authentic assessments, we now give premium to providing rubrics. So later on, you'll know that when we give online assessments, rubrics needs to be there in order for our students to know how they will achieve and what are the standards for that particular deliverable or requirement. Of course, other than rubrics, we can use checklists. We can also use rating scales. So these are tools that we normally use in authentic assessment, in performance-based assessments. So if you see it, having the traditional tests being done in online learning will give you scores. No, but then your other concern will be, paano sir kung nag-cheat siya? No, and one of you even said that it is more prevalent. The reason for that is because while they are doing their online tests, it is easy enough to go to Google. No, even if there are tools actually that lock the browser, no, hindi sila makapag-browse. Pero what if the student has two devices? No, they madali lang din. I mean they will not be able to browse in their computer even if it gets locked there. Pero if they have their phone beside them and they can go ahead and Google answers, they will still do that, because if the students would want to cheat on a test, they will do so. No. So, but in authentic assessment, performance-based assessment, they cannot cheat on that because that's them. You're seeing them doing it. You're seeing them having these products. You're seeing them go through the process. And so in online assessment, it is actually better to go that direction, simply because you are now seeing their demonstration of what they are learning. So that is the basic reason why authentic assessment, even pre-COVID or pre-pandemic, was being promoted to us, because it lessens our anxiety that our students are not doing what they should be doing. And now we can see it there. And now in online assessments, it is more fruitful, it is more evident, it is more helpful for us to make those kinds of judgments and assessments, because they are the ones doing it. We are seeing them doing it. We are seeing our students submitting what we expect them to do, because it's authentic. It's contextualized to the real world, and we are able to give them the standards of that performance. And finally, or I think it's one of the last parts here, is that when we're doing online assessments, the strategies now have to move. And you're seeing this, and you remember, as shown by Dr. Collado a while ago, that this has much to do with what we call high-order thinking skills in Bloom's taxonomy. What a lot of scholars are now telling us is that the best way to really implement online assessments in online modalities is simply by having more opportunities for our students to involve high-order thinking skills. No? Now, of course, that doesn't mean that we neglect the low order thinking skills, knowledge, comprehension, application. It's not about that. They should have that. But because in online modalities, those three things, or at least the first two, are quite available for them online. Madali lang kung mag-Google, they can get the information. The question is, what they do with that information? How do they apply it? How do they evaluate it? How do they analyze the information? And how do they create authentic products or authentic processes with what they know, what they can understand? Okay, so now we are able to see that the movement towards assessing high order thinking skills is of paramount interest, simply because that's what we need to see now more than ever, no, in online modalities. Sayang naman that we are already in this situation, and yet at the end of it all, they are still stunted in their academic growth, no, na kumbaga hindi pa rin sila nag-grow out of their low order thinking skills, samantalang we are already doing this with everything that's available for them at their disposal. That's why having online modalities requires us to look at it authentically, going back there, and of course critically, so that their knowledge becomes more into critical thinking, their ability to communicate, their ability to create products, their ability to collaborate as well. And those are the 4 C's of 21st century learning. So sayang naman kung ngayon pa lang, nabilhan na ng laptop yung mga bata, may internet na sila, napilitan na yung mga parents na bumili, and yet nandun pa rin tayo sa please search, mag-copy-paste pa rin yung mga estudyante, and so on, sa kanilang papers. I think that is not a very meaningful way of looking at how this pandemic should have been useful to all of us, including the students and us, their teachers. So high-order thinking skills must now be the focal point of what we prepare as assessments in online modalities. Okay, so let me give you some tips. These are just very short tips on how we strategize our online assessments. First, let's focus on performance and not just grades. No. When we talk about focusing on performance, we're talking about authentic assessments happening, performance-based assessments happening, the process of getting our students to apply, analyze, evaluate learning. And of course, that's not just about grades. No? And Dr. Collado already mentioned that we should not focus on grades. We should not threaten them about grades, because just like what was said, at the end of it all, wala pong magagawa ang grades sa pandemic. No? It's about whether we were able to really see the growth, the potential, and the competence of our students during this very challenging time. No? So the grades will follow. You see, when we give them opportunities for performing or for authentic assessments, their grades will follow, not the other way around. And so if we allow our students to perform, if we allow our students to really give their best in applying what they are learning, less of what they are thinking about, oh, I need to memorize this. They must be able to use in all practicality, because now we're going to have to see whether what they're learning from us are really going to be practical. No? And so once they have the ability to see it less than grades and more of, oh, I need to improve, I need to grow, then that is where we are now achieving the outcomes for our courses. And our students are now appreciating what they are doing in our courses. So do not focus on grades. The grades will just follow. No? Especially that in online modalities, our students can see their grades right away. Now we'll be able to see what is lacking, and therefore we give them opportunities to improve on those areas. Hindi pwede na, I'm sorry, wala ka na miss mo na yung deadline, hindi ka na pwede. I think that is against the grain of performance-based assessment. What we must do is we must set realistic goals for them so that they can achieve further and become motivated, and thus achieve that grade that they are supposed to achieve, not the other way around, no? And so aligned with this is also the fact that we must equate the new normal with implementing newer and better assessments. So I gave you some ideas there a while ago that we must learn to adjust the long tests that we used to do. We must choose more alternative and performance-based and authentic assessments rather than traditional assessments. So I had this experience where I had a brush with someone who was still using the term recitation. No? Although, yeah, sure, you can do recitations probably in during your Zoom meetings or during your synchronous meetings. Pwede mong tanungin yung estudyante mo. You can go ahead and ask your students for the answer. But I don't think that will be that will be important to be graded. Hindi dapat. You should use that as an opportunity for discussion and not in grading. So there's a difference between those two things. And then, of course, let's stop calling them requirements, although I'm sure our students still call them requirements. Let's simply call them deliverables. Because by using deliverables, we are using jargon that is normally used in online assessments, where we expect our students to really give us outputs because they are performing, not because we require them as in requirements, but because these performances allow them to give us what they need to deliver. And so these are some of the tips that I'd like to give you when deciding on how to strategize your assessment practice in online learning. Okay, so I guess that's it. Thank you very much for listening, Arjen.
Thank you very much, Dr. Dr. Esguerra, for sharing those strategies with us. Let me just give my take on that, especially with regards to feedback. Kasi I'm currently doing my thesis, and this is qualitative, so I get to interview some students. So this is in the perception of the students. Feedback for them is really important. And you mentioned a while ago na immediate feedback until now is very important. What's bothering the students though is that they understand that most of the time, hindi talaga sila agad makakahingi ng feedback. For example, nag-message sila today, makikita ng professors nila later pa or tomorrow or the next day. So, this is very important for them para malaman din kung tama ba itong ginagawa ko, saan ba yung direksyon na akin dapat puntahan. Baka mamaya pag nagpasa ako ay mali naman pala yung aking ipapasa. So, that's my take on this. And now I can see a lot from a few from our participants. A while ago, I saw one of the challenge, kasi para nag-post si Dr. Collado, ano yung challenges na na-experience nila. One of the challenges is the internet connectivity. I think that's from Sir Richard Toledo. Internet connectivity, which I assume that all of us will agree. Here's another one from Ma'am Luz Biminda. Sabi niya po, during the pandemic, distance from teachers and school can generate anxiety among our students. Yes, thus, we must be student-centered teachers. Let us not neglect their mental health. Any comment po from our speakers?
Hello, good morning.
Yes, Ma'am.
Yeah,
Collado.
actually I lost the track. Can you please repeat it, Ma'am Arjem? Because I had...
It's okay po. From Ma'am Luz Biminda, she mentioned that during this the pandemic, distance from teachers and school can generate anxiety among students. Kaya dapat daw mas student-centered tayo ngayon, and let us not neglect their mental health.
Yes, as I discussed a while ago, we need to consider the mental health of our student. And yeah, that's good to know that our teacher are now aware that mental health is one major issue that we could consider when preparing our assessment, our activities online, and we have to have a constant communication for our students so that the anxiety would be lessened. So that's a good feedback from Mrs. Feminda.
Mhm. Thank you, Dr. Collado. If you have questions to our participants for today, if you have questions, post them in our Q&A box or simply type them in our chat box. We're sure to answer them as much as time allows. All right, now from Sir Richard Toledo, binigyan niya ng acronym yung RICH, feedback na nabanggit kanina. RICH, that it should be rubrics-based. I, it should provide intervention. C, it should be complete. And H, it should be humane. Can you say anything about it, Dr. Esguera?
Yeah, thank you very much for that. No, that's a very creative way of putting how feedback can should be given. No, so it must be rich, na. And the richness is summarized through that. Thank you very much, Sir Toledo, for that. But something to also remember at how feedback is very important at this point is that that's the whole idea of assessment at the moment. It's we have to reconsider, and again, going back to how we look at formative, for example, and summative assessments going on there. Feedback has much to do with allowing our students to really improve, really learn, from what they're doing. The problem really, Arjem, is that a lot of our students have not valued making mistakes, for example. Kasi nga, napapagalitan sila. That was the feedback that was given to them. Ano ba to? Mali to. Basta ito yung grade mo. Parang gano'n. Ito na ang grade mo. Wala ka nang magagawa. And I think that should have changed even before the pandemic. No, some groups are calling on, let's say, governmental failures. Sorry ha, medyo maging political ng konti. Sinasabi nila na talagang failure ng current government yung nangyayari sa atin ngayon. Kaya nagkakaroon ng problema sa especially yung mga modular, yung context ng modular, RGM and Dr. Collado, na yung parent na yung gumagawa or nahihirapan na sila sa ano kasi nga they've seen assessments differently. They see it as hala yung grade ko, di ba? Hala yung grade ko paano na? Hala babagsak ako, which are so negative in connotations na naki-carry over nila. They have carried that over even on online modalities. No, and that is what is making the anxiety heavier. Na yung anxiety level is ano kasi nga ang iniisip ngayon ng mga estudyante natin is lala babagsak ako. Ganon. And that I think is why feedback is important. Because feedbacking has not much to do with whether babagsak ka or hindi as a student. This is how we as teachers are now supporting the learning. We are supporting their learning. Medyo mahirap siya, pero this is an important aspect of how learning must happen, especially at this time. Mahirap kasi na sinabi lang natin online. Imagine, Arjem, if you receive yung sinubmit mo sa akin, for example, and you receive my simple, yung grade lang. Diba? Binigyan lang kita ng 85. Walang explanation bakit siya 85. So tatanungin mo ko, Arjem, you're gonna ask me, sir, why is my grade 85? Oh, because this is what you did. No? And saka mo pa lang, no? Wala ka ng pag-asa. Siyempre, tatanungin yung professor, sir, ma'am, baka po may pwede pa akong gawin. Wala na eh. Wala na tayong magagawa doon kasi mag-grade na kami. Papasa na namin yung grade. Ako na na tayo. Yun, malapit na kasi yun eh. Pero that is what's been missing. The purpose of feedback na was that hindi dapat makarating doon. It should not have gotten to that point where our students will need to suffer because we are as teachers having this mindset na grades lang ito, samantalang what should have been happening is that this is learning at its finest. And ang kagandahan nga dyan is sa online modality, napaka sarap magbigay ng feedback because you simply type it into the online tools, you simply type it, or you can go ahead and message them and so on. So ngayon, this is the best time to really practice giving feedback to our students. No?
Thank you so much, Dr. Esguera. Before we go to a comment from Sir Alan Maglantay, I think Dr. Lagahino is raising her hand. Dr. Lagahino, do you want to say something po? Ma'am Elmi? Okay, mukhang wala. Okay. Anyway, ayan. Yes, ma'am.
Yes, I would like to remind everyone to just answer our quick survey from Mentimeter. It's already posted in our chat box a while ago. So far, 20 pa lang sumasagot. So I know we have 135 attendees right now. So you just click it and then you just answer the question. And then we will know right away what is the majority perception about cheating. And of course, there's another one that you could answer. Yes, ma'am. And the online platform that are using right now as well.
And it is very easy to answer kasi you just have to click yes, no, or maybe and submit. Am I correct, Ma'am Collado? Oh, okay. That's it. So just click the link and choose no, yes, no, and maybe. Yes, Dr. Dorado?
Yeah. Yung question kanina, yung about, I think si Ma'am Luz Luminda, it's about mental health of our students. We are also looking into a different context that we have also to take care of the mental health of our teachers. No, hindi lang estudyante. We understand that we have to take care of the mental health of our students, but the current context is also giving us a lot of problem for our teachers. So hindi lang po, tama yun, it's good that you have mentioned that, but it's not only in our context, we are looking also to the mental health of our teachers. Second, dun sa comment, may just add with regards to evaluation. When you see formative, summative, I think one thing that we should remember is that in the assessment, we are not just evaluating. When we do assessment, we are not just evaluating the performance of our student. We also as well evaluate how do we perform as teacher. What strategies have we made that is correct or appropriate for them? Kasi yun dapat ang concept ng ano. Kaya pag isa lang kasi one way lang yung tingin natin na ito para sa estudyante lang ito, kung natuto ba siya o hindi. Ang tanong, tama ba yung strategy na ginamit mo? Because that is precisely the reason for yung sa formative. Diba, if you remember in the basic education for teacher ed, ito mga nandun sa teacher ed ngayon, sa basic education, I remember in the K-12 program, pagka gumamit ka ng strategy, nagturo ka, and then based on the evaluation, mababa yung evaluation, you have to reteach it and using different strategy. Because that is the point. That's the point of whether it is, especially the formative test, is really to look into the strategy that you are using. Whether it is appropriate, because remember we have different types of learners and they learn in varied ways. And so yun yung context dapat para we will appreciate na hindi lang once na nagbigay ako ng mga outcome na kailangan, I would like to check the competency. I will also check my competency whether I have delivered it or I have utilized the right strategy.
Okay, thank you very much, Dr. Dorado, for that point. Ngayon po, kay Sir Alan, sabi niya, this flexible learning is to provide learners with most flexibility on the learning content, schedules, access and innovative assessment, which make use of all available resources the school have in consideration also of the resources our students have to. Tama yun. Baka mamaya meron nga ang teachers pero hindi naman pala relevant na hindi po available para sa mga estudyante, so hindi din magmi-meet. Schools must have the discretion to decide what is the most viable form of flexible learning and teaching teachers can utilize. This will be based on the capability and existing situations of both teachers and students, kagaya po na nai-point nyo, Dr. Dorado. This way, it's humanizing education in the new normal of education. Wow, that's very well pointed out. Okay, thank you so much, Sir Alan. Napakaganda po ng inyong insight. From Ma'am Jenna May, here's one question. Ma'am and Sir.
Ma'am
Sir. Yes po, Dr. Esguerra.
Before we move to the next question, just a reaction to what Sir Alan said. No? Yes, that's actually true. Although at the moment we are talking about it in the online mode, no? So flexible learning does not necessarily mean it's online. So probably Sir Alan is also talking about now that whether the school or the students have those resources. So paano nga kung wala, no? So ang isang ginagawa ng iba nating mga HEIs and other basic ed is that yung modular approach na printed modules. In online kasi you also have modular approach, by the way, printed modules. Pero ang tanong din kasi doon, ang mas raising na issue there is that are the modules produced properly so that it becomes a self-learning module, no? So in online learning kasi it's meant to be the idea here it's supposed to be self-learning as well. Although you're doing your Zoom classes or your synchronous classes, meron ka nakatatag dapat dyan na asynchronous learning modes as well, where your students can go there to self-learn, no? And so that goes also in printed modules, no? Dapat self-learning yan. Kaya nga yung sinasabi natin na concern kanina na naa-anxious na yung mga estudyante kasi nga kailangan tapusin nila yung module. Ang tanong kasi doon, ano ba yung tinatapos nila sa module? Yung bang mga worksheets doon na kailangan nilang ipa-check? Whereas self-learning modules are supposed to be the way to go. Kasi nga, ideally, kapag in self-learning, and I think RGEM can really attest to this kasi yun yung thesis niya about self-learning, na hindi naman kailangan that assessment has to be based on whether they get the correct answer. It's about the process of them discovering how the answer is correct. No, those two things are different. And so kapag yung modules is self-learning yung kanyang format, that means that yung sagot nakikita talaga nila doon, and they have to have a way na yung mga sagot na yon becomes part of their learning. So nasistress ang ating mga estudyante because we're giving them this traditional view na kailangan they get to the correct answer when assessment is not about that. Assessment is about whether they're learning. No? So whether they're learning. So they are learning if they can themselves be provided with these materials, with these modalities, including printed modules, na hindi sila about nasi-stress na ito yung tamang sagot ko dapat kasi gigradean ako. They have to now see this as a process of them being engaged in learning kahit wala yung teacher. That's the most basic principle there. Wala yung teacher dyan, therefore, it's me and my module learning together because the module now represents the teacher. So because the module represents the teacher, it is the module that is now teaching and assessing the students together. So yun I think needs to be kasi we can go through that as a principle na, oh, let's go flexible. Yes. But then it also matters how we deliver that flexibility. Kasi baka naman yung mga modules nga na pinadala natin may not be catering to their needs in the first place. Baka naman, ay, tatapusin ko nga to kasi ipapasa ko pa rin siya kay teacher. And that is part, I think, of an issue that needs to still be resolved along these contexts.
Thank you, Dr. Esguerra. Sir Dorado, do you want to say something po?
Yeah, nothing on that area.
Okay, all right. Thank you. Here's another question from Ma'am Jenna May. Ma'am and sir, may I ask po if there is or there are any latest apps that you already use in your institution which become effective assessment for students?
Mamayang hapon.
Okay. So
Tools
that's
ito yun.
something that we have to look forward to. Kaya kailangan present tayo this afternoon to know more about the tools that will be tackled this afternoon. So medyo i-delay natin yung answer, Ma'am Jenna May, mamaya pong hapon. Another one from Ma'am, tama po ba ako? Is it a ma'am or a sir? Chris Jail? Okay, anyway, sabi niya po ay, ang concern niya is about feedbacking. After feedbacking, when students were asked if they understand, everyone say yes. Oo nga naman. And upon checking their deliverables, they did not meet the standards. How are we going to address this? And up to when do we need to consider students?
So I guess since I've discussed feedbacking in length, I have to answer that. Well, we have to also contextualize that. Was it, kasi nga, I think I remember yung words na yun na sinasabi, did you understand? Yes. Parang that's a face-to-face concept. No? Pero even if they did that during our synchronous meetings, our Zoom meetings, we cannot really, buti nga nag-yes sila eh. RGM, in my classes, they're really quiet. Ipilitin ko pa sa magsalita, buti nag-yes sila sa klase ni Sir or Ma'am Crizel, no? Pero what we have to also do is, because in the online context at least, no? Sa online context, yung asynchronous component natin. And so normally what we place there, hindi lang natin dapat yun sinabi during our synchronous sessions. So online context, dapat nandun yun sa asynchronous session. Everything that we talked about should be there, including yung description ng deliverable, the rubrics used for that deliverable, because the rubrics set the standard for that deliverable. And they should be, and makikita nila mamaya, they should be rated based on those standards. So, kapag chinek natin at wala nga namang clarity dun sa asynchronous means natin ng communicating with our students on how they will deliver what they need to deliver for us, talagang hindi natin makikita dun sa gawa nila. Kasi nga, it was not there in the first place. But even then, in some cases, pwede kasi RGM, nandun na yung rubric, nandun na, binigay mo na lahat, iba pa rin. The good thing about it is you can redirect them still. Pakitingnan, pakibalik, pakipuntahan uli yung rubric, yung concept, yung checklist natin, ito yung mga standards, pakibalikan. So that you don't have to explain it again. And even if you need to explain it again, at least siguro isa or dalawang estudyante lang yan that you have to ano. So the rest, you don't have any problems anymore. Now, there's a question, the follow-up question here is kumbaga, how long? How long are we going to consider the students? Again, let's be proactive by making sure it doesn't happen that way. We have to have those standards, those rubrics, those instructions ready for them, na kahit 2:00 ng madaling araw, pwede nilang, pag nagising sila at naalala nila, hala, I need to do something for my class pala, buksan lang nila yon, and they will be able to see that right away. So they have that, no? They won't have any other excuses other than if talagang excusable yung excuse nila. They will not have any excuses na hindi mo binigay lahat. So let's not make that happen. Standards are standards. We have to understand that. And therefore, dun dapat natin nililid yung mga estudyante. We should not forget that those standards are there, those outcomes are there, so that our students can meet the products or the processes or deliverables that they need to do. And so, wag na nating papuntahin doon. Let's make certain na we have prepared enough already, at least in our asynchronous means of instruction, whether that's printed or whether that's online, na maibigay na natin yung clarity for our students so that that never happens. Okay? So, yeah.
Opo. Thank you, sir. Ang inference ko, sir, dun sa nabanggit nyo is like this. Kapag nagbigay tayo ng rubric or ng guidelines sa students, it should be specified right away. It should be very specific and at the same time clear. And kung mangyari na halimbawa, more than half of your class did not understand something may be wrong. Baka may mali dun sa nabigay mo.
Dahil sa
Pero,
nabigay natin.
opo, pero kung isa or dalawa lang, consider pa natin na medyo normal na may hindi talaga agad nakakaintindi ng okay.
And at least if you have the opportunity, kailangan mo talaga ma-discuss yung rubric sa kanila prior to the ano. It should always be like that. The rubric should be given to the students prior to the performance.
Yeah.
That's a basic principle right there. No,
correct.
hindi pwedeng may rubric yan pero tinatago natin. Hindi pwede 'yon. Dapat ito yung rubric natin. Okay, pansinin nyo, ito yung hinahanap natin. Therefore, ito yung gagawin ninyo, ha? Okay? And doon tayo mag-a-ask, do you understand? If they don't understand, then we can make clarification. And even then, we can even, just like what Dr. Collado said, no, isama natin sila sa planning. Pag tinanong nila sa klase mo, sir, parang imposible sa amin yung hinihingi mo dyan. Negotiation is in order. You have to negotiate with your for example, merong time element yung rubric mo. The product needs more time. So they can negotiate with you, sir. Baka naman pwedeng habaan natin yung time element ng ating project, ng ating product. And so you can negotiate, your students can now negotiate with you in order for it to be clear. Pero it has to happen prior, no? Yun yung very important, Arjem, no? Prior to the performance, it has to be shown, it has to be discussed para hindi mahirapan ng mga students natin.
Yeah, Arjem. It's like
Yes,
that.
sir.
No? It's like this. How would you feel as teacher if your immediate supervisor will evaluate you in the context na hindi mo alam kung ano yung i-evaluate din sa'yo? So it would be totally, disadvantage, of course, sa part ng teacher, no. So ganun din, no. Yun yung for the rubrics, no. That's correct. I totally agree on what Dr. Chopilo is saying.
I hope that everyone from our participants get that, the importance of giving the rubric ahead of time. I remember sa mga classes ko po, even during my undergraduate, first day of pagbibigay pa lang ng syllabus, andun na yung rubric unless magkaroon nga ng changes later. Depende sa mga instances na nangyayari. Pero most of the time, talagang pagkabigay ng syllabus, andun na din yung mga rubrics na kailangan. Okay, now, we have here another insight. Sabi po ni Sir Jonathan Roque, I agree that the learning modules are self-directing and friendly enough to address learning. Yes, we agree on that as well. Thank you so much, sir. Any other comments po or clarifications from our participants as well as from our speakers?
Siguro, Arjem, can we ask the participants to let us know their comment on how do they understand what is synchronous and asynchronous? Sir Chopilo, there could be, we want to know that because we're talking about synchronous and asynchronous, and there might be some participants who doesn't know that context, no?
Yeah, I can clarify that also. No? So when we say synchronous, what we're doing now is synchronous. That means you are sitting there now as a participant. I am teaching here now as your teacher. Okay, this is synchronous. The real-time interaction, the real-time class at this specific time period. This is synchronous. So normally you do that if you're doing online teaching and learning, then you're doing that using tools such as Zoom, Microsoft Teams, Google Meet, no? So yun yung ginagawa natin. So can we do assessments during synchronous? Of course, you can. Okay, pero I highly discourage you from doing long tests during synchronous sessions, no? Huwag kayo magpapa-exam na although some are doing that for proctoring purposes. May ganun po, Dr. Dorado, no, na what they do is that they proctor tests synchronously. So may ganon. So other than that, the teaching itself needs to be ano. And then of course the asynchronous way is more on self-paced, non-real time. You provide your students with the resources, with the assessments, with the different activities, so that they can do it anytime they have the time, or anytime you prescribe for them that particular time period, even without you needing to do that. So for example, currently, most of us, at least most of us here who are teaching, are expecting their students to probably be visiting, let's say, our online modes of teaching, kasi nag-iwan kami doon ng mga babasahin nila, or in my case, some of my students are now evaluating what I just gave feedback last night, parang ganun. So I'm doing this now, and yet my students are doing this in their own time. So yan naman yung asynchronous, and assessments are done very well at that time also. For the tools that are used for that, I will be talking about that this afternoon as well.
So pwede ring recorded, no? May recorded discussion yung teacher, and then iiwan yon, no? So in our context, parang sa AUP, since we have also international student, so time yung time difference is also an issue. So by doing a synchronous lesson, we can put the recording online, and then they can access that based on their timeline, no? So pwede yon, no? Yung ganong So ang ano na lang talaga doon, ang main issue is that of course, if you have the good connectivity in your area, that's why we want to know whether you have a very good connectivity in your area. Kasi pag hindi talaga mahirap especially in the graduates program, we have mostly of our classes, even in the graduates program, are online. So if you plan to enroll in the university, one of the requirements, in fact, I have been interviewing some students yesterday. One of the requirements is, of course, you must have a good connectivity. Kasi kung hindi mo mahirap no? But anyway, so those are some of the things that we should take note when it is online mode of delivery, or as mentioned, if it is flexible, meaning merong written and printed and online activities, no? Synchronous and asynchronous. Thank you.
All right, thank you so much. I think we can end the morning session, sir. It's already 11:50. Yeah. Just a few reminders sa atin pong lahat. We would be using the same link for the afternoon session. So, ibig sabihin, if even mag-log out po kayo, later yan din po yung link na magla-login kayo para sa afternoon session. We will start at exactly 1 p.m. So, before 1, please try to re-enter. And also, we will be posting this afternoon the evaluation link, which all the participants need to fill out as basis for attendance and giving out of certificates. Now, to end our morning session, may I request Professor Marietta B. Pagaduan to close the morning session with a prayer.
May I request those who can to please bow their heads and close their eyes as we close this morning session with a prayer. Thank you, loving God, for another opportunity to grow together intellectually. There were beautiful informations that we received today through your servants. Please help each one of us to apply these informations, to use them, that we become better mentors for the young people in our care. Please dismiss us temporarily and help us to be back and continue again this afternoon. In the loving name of our Savior Jesus. Amen.
Amen. Thank you so much, Ma'am Pagaduan. Have a healthy lunch, everyone, and see you again at exactly 1 p.m. Bye!
Happy
Bye.
lunch, everyone.
So di na ako mag,
See
I
you
will not go
later.
out. Oo. So naka-on na to. Okay, bye-bye. Thank you.
Online modes, pedagogy, and methods in the new normal context. Here are some reminders that I would like to reiterate. We can use the Q&A box to type in your questions, and we would like to encourage you to use the chat box if you have some insights, reflections, or clarifications with regards to the things that we will be learning this afternoon. Also, um, if you need some health break, of course, you may do so anytime. If you need to drink, use the bathroom, or grab a snack. May I request Dr. Elmi Lin V. Lagahino, one of the professors of the College of Education, to open this session with a prayer.
Okay. Shall we pray? Almighty God, the source of all true knowledge, and yet our loving Father, thank you for another opportunity to learn new information and approaches in educational assessment. This afternoon, we pray for our resource speakers, Dr. Esguera and Dr. Dorado. Grant them your wisdom, dear Father, so that we participants may also gain insights from the presentations. Insights that we can bring into our respective classrooms as we prepare ourselves and our students for greater service. Please forgive us from our sins and thank you for hearing us. In Jesus' name we pray. Amen.
Thank you so much, Dr. Lagahino. Our morning speakers have introduced assessment, discussed the ins and outs of online assessment, and shared some online strategies or assessment strategies. This afternoon, may naiwan kanina na hanging question, which Dr. Esguera promised to answer this afternoon. So let us welcome again Dr. Chofilo C. Esguera Jr. to discuss about the online assessment tools in an online context.
Hello, good afternoon. Can you hear me? Check lang
Loud and
natin.
clear, sir.
Yes, sir.
Okay, so I hope our participants also are hearing me. Okay, someone can put a thumbs up, probably if among the participants they are able to hear.
Or maybe a raise hand button po kasi
Or
parang
raise
wala
hand
tayong
button.
thumbs up.
Oo nga pala. Raise hand, yan. So thank you very much. Yan. All right. Like we said, no, there are some things that we miss about face-to-face that is, sige lang, we will continue to be vigilant about teaching and learning as we navigate through this new normal. Thank you very much for those who raised their hands. Okay, let me just go ahead and share my screen. Okay, so can you see it?
Yes, sir.
Arjen? Yes,
Yes,
thank
boss.
you. Okay, so this morning we, like Ms. Arjem said, we introduced you, or at least we reviewed for you what assessment is, what's new about the new normal in terms of assessment, as discussed by Dr. Collado, with the introduction by, or at least the review by Dr. Francisco. And I also was able to present to you several of the things that we need to remember when we are preparing for online assessment or assessment of learning in online modalities, with us focus on the strategies that we have. And of course, to review that, we also must remember that how we do it is we have the changes on how we deliver assessment by putting aside some of the traditional assessments, not all of them. Remember, they can still be utilized, no? But at least puts a lot of them aside in favor of alternative and more authentic assessments, as well as making sure that you prioritize feedback in your assessment practices of learning in the classroom. So we also try to change it from requirements to deliverables, because although medyo tongue twisting, deliverables, but what we have there is our ability to, as teachers, to redesign how our students see them, how our students see assessment as an activity that actually helps them learn, rather than just gaining grades. No? And so later, as I'm also going to promote the topic of Dr. Dorado that we will be having, of course, on integrity and on how to avoid cheating. So, but I'll also be mentioning some of those today, and we'll also have some samples, of course. So please try your best to get ready. If you have your devices ready, ideally you should have your devices ready for the upcoming activities that we're going to be having for this part of the afternoon. Para naman po magising tayo. So medyo this is what we call the unholy hour. Okay, so now it's time for me to talk about online assessment tools. How different is a discussion of the tools and of the strategies. Of course, the strategies is how we will want to put together different methods to implement a sound set of activities for assessment. But then you'll need tools to do that. Okay, so right now we will be talking about those tools. Actually, in passing lang, because with the time that I have, I will not be able to cover all of them. But I'll try to show you some of the leading tools that will be used. Kasi the question a while ago, Ms. Arjem especially, was that what succeeds, or what is a successful set of tools that we can implement in our institution. So that is something that we will be talking about this afternoon. So again, you're seeing this, and we're reiterating this. It's not that I made a mistake. It's still there, because you have to realize once again that the only effective way for our paradigm as teachers, as professors in a higher educational institution, is to once again live this particular statement, that we should make sure that assessments, or the purpose of assessments in our classrooms, in our courses, in our programs, is when there are evidences that the learners are learning. Okay, so it's still supposed to be there. And in our choice of tools, online tools for assessment, that is ringing through as far as we could find it. So let's go ahead and visit several concepts on this. Okay, yeah, I'll just place all of them. Let's talk about learning management systems, or another name for this is course management systems. So it's either you hear that the acronym LMS or CMS. So, but now, because of the adoption, or not now, but because we adopt this from K to 12 to college, postgraduate, and so on, we now call them generically learning management systems. So why am I talking about learning management systems first? The question as to what works when it comes to tools for online assessment is answered directly by the presence of learning management systems in institutions. And here I'm showing
Arjan?
Torres Guerra?
Lagay ko na wala siya.
Opo, I thought ako yung nawala. Siya pala talaga yung nawala. All right. Anyway, let's see what do we have so far. Maybe we could wait for him a bit. Ayan na.
Okay.
I'm back. Sorry. I was enjoying my presentation when suddenly I disappeared. Okay, so let's go back there. Let's share. All right. Ay, hindi pa yan. Okay, so learning management systems, the idea behind them is it's not just software. It's pieces of software working together, usually based on web technologies, similar to Facebook, similar to YouTube, similar to these platforms. But the idea here is that the pieces of software come together to make up this system that allows schools, whether it's basic education or higher educational institutions. Actually, higher educational institutions were the first to utilize these learning management systems. And this now organizes the way we teach, we deliver teaching, provide resources, okay, and assess. So curricular-wise, it covers almost everything that the curriculum means, from the pedagogy, andragogy, how we teach, provision of resources, and then we have assessment. So that is the reason why we first must mention that learning management systems is what the institution must have, not the individual teachers. No, although individual teachers can have a learning management system. I'll try to give you an example of that in a while. But ideally, it should be an institutional. Initiative. So if someone from SKSU can tell us which LMS you're using right now, it would be a great help to me so that I can relate this particular topic to your experience. No, but let me just now put you, or at least explain to you several of these and their pros and cons. Now let me start with Moodle, which is one of my favorites because it's also one of those that is really out there. Now, Moodle is a free and open source learning management system. Now, you've heard me right. It's free and it's open source, which means that programmers, IT professionals can go into its code and actually will be allowed to change it to suit the needs of the institution. So this is something that my school, our school here, the ones presenting to you, AUP, has done. We downloaded this, placed this in our server. Our IT people, our programmers were able to tweak the insides of this system, and now it is custom made in order to provide us with an organized set of how we will deliver teaching and learning to our students, especially the assessment part. So that's what Moodle is. So apparently, do you need to pay for this? Not really. And just to show you how this is a community effort around the globe. Many have been using this around the world, as well as locally. Before the pandemic, this has been used by the University of the Philippines, Open University, for a long time now. And you know that the Open University of UP has been at the forefront of delivering online learning. So that's what Moodle is. It's best. It's one of its best characteristics, of course, is that it's free. You can use it without any fees, and you are able to use it on the fly, meaning it just works. Okay, so that's Moodle for you. And then, of course, we have Schoology. Now, Schoology is similar to Moodle. Actually, I believe that some of the algorithms being used by Schoology is based off of Moodle. Now, the difference is it's more user-friendly, and of course, it's also free. However, it is not necessarily downloaded to be customized for the institution. It remains Schoology unless it's purchased. So it has a free version, which means that you can, as an institution, you can utilize Schoology. However, it will not be you will not be able to customize it to your institution because it's it has you need to buy it in order for you to customize it. But it works, although some features are locked if you do not purchase it. But it still works. So you may want to try it. Wala pa rin ba? Yeah, nobody's chatting with me whether they're using a learning management system. So I'm not sure what it is. Blackboard, another one of those learning management systems. And I believe that this one is usually paid, no? Because they have to provide support for the institution in order for it to be useful. Between Moodle and Blackboard, I've seen that many institutions in the US especially are using Blackboard. No? So that is another learning management system. And of course, you have Canvas, which I haven't tried Canvas yet. We haven't tried Canvas yet, but this is similar to Schoology in that it has a free version that can be used by teachers individually or the institution, but in an individual arrangement. And it also has a paid version for additional support. Now, of course, the new front runners, or how do we call these? The more there's a name for these late bloomers, of course, especially now during this pandemic, include Google Classroom, which is part of the Google suite of Google applications. Of course, like we said, Google is taking over the world, so they're trying with Google Classroom. And what this is that it's a learning management system that tries to integrate all of the different applications available by Google, including documents, spreadsheets, YouTube, of course, and so on, to organize these to become a deliverable, a usable platform for deliverables to be sent to you, as well as making sure that there is also collaboration happening. And for those of you who know how to use the collaborative functions of Google Documents, Google Sheets, no, you know that you can collaborate. This is what Google Classroom does best, as well as grading systems and many other features, okay, that you have. And then, however, of course, unless this is well organized by the institution, this is normally utilized by the teacher, no, Google Classroom. So institutionally, you can utilize this, but it does have its limitations as an institutional LMS because it does not really integrate many of the functions of how the institution works. So I'll tell you more about that in a while. And then, of course, we have Microsoft Teams, the latest. Microsoft Teams is not new. This has been around, I think, since 2016, 2017, as a chat-based platform to have companies enable their employees to chat with each other within the portal of the company, no? However, during the pandemic, they started making this into a learning management system by providing video conferencing, which is the synchronous part of online teaching. And then it also was able to provide for other functions such as the classroom function, which enables, and I'll be showing that to you in a while, enables you to be provided with grading and assignments. So I'll be showing that to you in a while. It comes as a free online version now. Did you know that Microsoft applications can now be accessed for free? No? However, of course, it has some limitations if it's free, obviously. And so normally, the institution, for it to be very usable, will need to really subscribe to Microsoft for use of the many different functions of Microsoft Teams. One thing about most of these are also available as applications on your smartphone, and therefore they are easily accessible through your smart devices. Of course, it still entails that your students and you, especially, will be able to prepare your lessons and assessments utilizing the usual desktop or laptops, but at least they have applications available as apps on your mobile phone. Now we're using, I think there were several who did in chats in SKSU. It says here that it's eLeads, no, and Google Classroom. So I'm not sure what eLeads is, and so we will see what that is. But if I was asked which one, so it says electronic learning development system. So I wonder if that was a self-programmed, no? Self-programmed by the institution, or it's based on any one of these. Of course, which one do I recommend for institutions? Well, we go for free. Mahilig po tayo sa libre. So Moodle is still one of the ones that we choose, especially in higher education, because it does a great job in providing the alignment of curriculum to practice. No? So it's really good at doing that. So I still go for Moodle. But of course, if the institution can afford any one of these, Schoology, Canvas, and Blackboard, then those are good choices as well. Why am I not such a big fan of Google Classroom and Microsoft Teams at the moment? I'm saying this at a personal note, so please don't take it against any of these. No, this is a personal observation as I've used it. Between Moodle and Google Classroom, for example, there are more things that I am able to do with Moodle than Google Classroom for my courses. Especially in providing examinations and so on. Although I'll also talk about that in a while. And Microsoft Teams still has to mature enough to be able to really reach the status of a true learning management system that has been around for much of these other four. No, but again, it will depend on the kind of training that can be provided to your faculty members, the needs that you have, the kind of enjoyment that your students have. No? You have to put also the capabilities that your students should have. For example, here in AUP, we're actually using Microsoft Teams as well. And so it is accessible to all of our students as well. Usually we use it for synchronous synchronous meetings. However, I did a basic survey in one of my courses, and apparently Moodle was preferred over Microsoft Teams. So they were reasoning to me that Moodle was faster, and that they were having problems with accessing Microsoft Teams and so on. So of course, again, you have to look at how your students are able to work with these. But again, if the institution does have their LMS, then good for you. That's how you start. Okay, so let's look at the characteristics of LMS and why they are appropriate for online assessment. LMS obviously aligns with the curriculum that we have, and therefore, when the features of a learning management system is able to align with the how you deal with your curriculum, then that means it's easier to do assessments. No, so if your curriculum is heavy on performance, then that means the LMS can easily align with the kind of performances that you require your students to have. And of course, learning management systems will have assessment tools integrated there. This is in comparison to how some teachers will actually put together different tools, which I'm going to be showing you also. No, but when you put together different tools and they're not that integrated, then that means that there will probably be some holes that need to be filled when you're doing assessment. So when you're doing an LMS or using an LMS, at least all those assessment tools are already integrated. For example, this LMS will have your assignment, and if you grade that assignment within that LMS already, then it will go ahead and become part of the grade book, which is already integrated in the LMS. So that's how the integration works seamlessly. And then, of course, like I said, grading is there, and feedback. Feedback is a component of LMS. The more mature LMS has a lot of ways to make feedback available for both the teacher and students. No? So this is why picking an LMS, or at least establishing an LMS for use in your institutions, is the way to go. Now, of course, it was mentioned this morning that communication-wise, for example, Messenger is a good platform for communication. However, let me now tell you, probably during the first parts, kasi in Facebook, for example, a lot has been done where they make a Facebook of the class. No? I'm not sure kung may nagawa ng ganun, may nakagawa na sa inyo. You ended up placing your videos there, and then you upload the requirements there and so on. Or kapag naman if you're using Messenger, you now have the group chat, no? And then the group chat, everybody is there, and so you end up chatting with them. And then sometimes this is where you also end up uploading, oh, you complete this. Now that's okay. However, in the perspective of assessment, these two social media or at least pareho lang yan FB and FB Messenger, they belong to one, are not really made or they're not really for the purpose of assessment. Okay, so if you started, or at least if you're still doing it, so just because it's easier for you and the students. For example, okay, everybody, please upload your requirements onto Messenger. How will you give feedback to each individual there? No, I remember somebody told me that it's easier, and I think we have to. It's easier for your students to upload there. It's easier for you to download from Messenger, for example. But how do you give feedback? How do you give individual feedback? How do you reveal their rating in Messenger? How do you collect these so that you don't have to backread all the time? How does it become integrative of the curricular requirements of your course? What if suddenly it fills up and you have to go back, and so the organization is really not there. Now, you may say, sir, sa Facebook, pwede rin naman yun. You can go ahead and upload and whatnot in Facebook. But again, the feedback mechanism, the grading mechanism, the recording mechanisms are not found in Facebook. You still need to redo it. You still need to follow up on it. You still need to back read on it, just so you can make it. So definitely the social media platforms are not made for doing assessments for online teaching and learning. So I would discourage anyone from making this the easy way out. It's easy at the beginning, but once everything, kasi whenever you now talk about evidences, sir, nagpasa ako, asan? Backread. Okay. Sir, anong grade ko dito? I'll tell you individually, I cannot put it here because that's unethical if I grade you in the chat, group chat. But how many students will you be individually talking to on Messenger if that's the case? So I would really not support, or at least encourage you to use these modalities. You have, if your only excuse is hirap na kasi akong matuto then we have not learned from the pandemic yet. The pandemic is teaching us that change is inevitable, that we have to do everything we can so that we can measure up to the standards no matter what happens. So if hanggang ngayon we are still making an excuse out of the fact that we cannot learn, then there's a problem not with the educational system but with us. I was talking about it this morning na I do not support groups that say that this particular, again, I'm not politicizing, but I'm not into what they're saying that it's your fault, government, for doing this. Remember that pre-pandemic, we have been traveling all over the Philippines to attend seminars, pay for them, get the certificates about 21st century learning, about ano pa yan? The last thing that we had was Industrial Revolution 4.0, and so on. These are not new things. So that means that we've been taught. Naturuan na po tayo nitong mga to. We have been taught these things. It's just that we were not willing to change. And then came the pandemic, and we are still telling ourselves that we cannot change. I think we have not been learning enough if that is still the one that we are telling ourselves. We have to now start making progress out of this. This is for the benefit of ourselves and for the benefit, of course, of our students. Okay, now I'm showing to you, I'm not sure if eLeads is like this, but this is a screenshot of what we get from Moodle. Okay, I think this is Moodle 3.7. I'm not sure of the version. But here is when you start designing asynchronous provisions for how you want to provide activities as well as resources. So in activities, you include here various assessment tools, including, for example, let me just show it to you, assignments. This is where your students can drop documents, links, and PDFs, pictures, and so on. Of course, I'm not going to say they drop videos here, but they can if it allows it. So that's where assignments come in. So you place an assignment there, you put the instructions, this is your assignment, and so on. And I'll show you later that in assignments, you can now place rubrics here, that will enable your students to see the standards even before they drop an assignment, a deliverable in their for their courses. And then, of course, you also have forums here, forums where you can allow your students to go ahead and talk about the topic that you post a question with for the purposes of learning and clarifying. So this can even be your Q&A portion, asynchronous Q&A if you wish to. There is also, of course, the quiz right here. And the quiz here is not just a quiz. The quiz here apparently can contain as many questions as you want. No? So currently, here in AUP, we are delivering via Moodle the placement tests for our admissions. No? So our admissions is fully online, so they take their placement tests online as well. And we're using the Moodle platform and using the quiz function. So I'll show you some of the available test types under quiz. And then, of course, there's this lesson right here, which is a self-learning module. You can use this so that every time you have a lesson, it can have a formative assessment, and then the lesson continues and formative assessment until they finish an actual lesson. So here you have formative assessments going on while they are learning their lessons as well. Okay, so this is the part where we have the Moodle here. So it's something that has been maturing throughout the years, even before the pandemic. So it's quite easy to use as well. Although some people that I've talked with were comparing between Moodle and Schoology. They say Schoology is easier to use. Well, obviously it is, because of its framework, that it's not really that free. But it looks the same. No? They also have, Schoology also have these items when they are using that. Okay, but of course, like you can see here that it's not just about assessment, it's also about the provision of resources and many others. But I just showed you some of the ways that assessment happens. Okay, I'm showing to you right now an example of one of the assignments in my classes. And here, one of my students submitted in PDF format because it's readable, automatically readable. Okay, so here I gave them a template, and with the template, they will answer some of these questions, and then they will upload that template as a PDF file, and they have their answers there. And then I can now give feedback. And so I can give feedback about what they did, and up here actually I can give them already grades, to how much, down there, how they were able to attain the standard for this particular deliverable. And so the feedback allows them to make improvements to the assignment in case I will not have. And the assignment, if this is PDF format, you can even annotate, you can put the comments here as in addition to the feedback comments that you give. So again, just like I told you, in this case as Moodle, feedback is a very important part of assessment among these online tools. And I'll show you another example later as to the importance of feedback there. Now, here I'm showing to you that in order for me to grade this particular work, I provided a rubric, which is internally available that you can make in this case in Moodle. No? So the rubric is there, and also I can go ahead, and these empty boxes right here are actually ones where you can put specific comments. No? So again, feedback is pretty much part of everything that we do here. Okay, so comments on that particular dimension of the work that they have to do. So again, this is something that I made myself, which is included as a feature in Moodle. No? So you can make rubrics inside Moodle. I think you can even add more columns here along with the descriptions of the performance there. So again, this is Moodle right here. So rubrics, performance-based assessments are supported in these learning management systems. Now, this is, again, still Moodle, but here when you're doing traditional tests, in here, they're called quizzes, no? So you have the different question types, and I'm just showing you the more popular. Actually, under here, there are more types. For those of you who are teaching languages, there's actually a close type test under there. So those of you who are teaching English languages. But the most popular being multiple choice, true or false, and so on. So you can utilize all of these for your students. And the good thing about this, for example, if you have a multiple choice type test there, obviously you just place the questions there, give it the correct answer, and basically you don't need to go back to what we did before, that you're checking each one. No, you're checking each one. I remember one of my colleagues here, he told me that prior to using the online test system and on our LMS, he used to really have to spend grueling hours, checking papers. But nowadays, he just places the test questions there because the answers are already there. He just waits for the results to come out. No, and he says that he promised me that after the pandemic, he will keep using this platform for his classes even before he retires. So he's almost retiring, I think, 5 years from now. So he also was able to enjoy the benefits of online traditional testing, just like this one. Okay, and I'm showing to you right now a shot of an example of a forum. Now, the forum can become a formative assessment for you, or even if you really think that this is a summative form, then you can even rate the forum. You can set it so that you can give ratings for the answers or the discussions happening in the forum. So instead of doing this synchronously, have them all do it on a forum. And if you plan to grade them, then go ahead and grade them, just like this one. So there are scores available, ratings available for you if you wish to rate them. But of course, be clear about it with them. What are the expectations of their answers, and so on. And I'm showing you a part of the grade book in Moodle, grade book in Moodle. So for example, these are the ones that have already been graded. So I graded these through the rubric. Yeah, I graded, I think, through the rubric. And then it will come out to the grade book of the Moodle itself. Okay, so this is also integrated there. So you don't need to manually place the grades there. You can have it straight from the assignment already in your grade book. So we do complain sometimes that it's very hard to do it online. But the truth is, a lot of these learning management systems have already thought about that before we even complain about it. So that's something that we must also look into. Right now, I'm showing to you Microsoft Teams. Microsoft Teams has the assignment function. And here you have an assignment that was sent. And the good thing about this is, because this is Microsoft, if your deliverable is, let's say, a Word document submitted by your student, you can directly comment onto the Word document right away. The Word document right away. You can comment in there right away, and then you can still give feedback. So as you can see, this is the feedback function of your Microsoft Teams. So you can go ahead and still give feedback there. So just like Moodle, Microsoft Teams, and many others, and I think in Google Classroom also, feedback is very important as an important feature of trying to manage and assess deliverables for your class. This is still MS Teams, Microsoft Teams. And here, you are able to edit rubrics and create them, the one that you will be utilizing for grading the deliverables as well. So, as you can see, these learning management systems have a complete set now of how they're being used. Okay? And of course, here we're looking at a more familiar one, since many of you are using Google Classroom, is the one that you use to make your tests, the one that you use for doing surveys, Google Form, which now has an equivalent in Microsoft. So if you're using MS Teams, Microsoft, you now have Microsoft Forms. I don't know why they also have Microsoft Forms, but you can have a better guess than I do. So Google has had this form for a while now, even before the pandemic. We've been giving out quizzes. Before the pandemic, I gave this as one of my lectures already, how to use Google Form to create quizzes and tests for your students. And so this is a feature of Google Classroom, or even if you're not using Google Classroom, this is still available to you through the Google suite of apps. No? So I'm sure many of you are now familiar with Forms, both Microsoft and Google, because of your research work probably. But initially, you can use this for your exams or quizzes. Okay, so that is about the learning management systems. But if you are a teacher and you want to enhance several other aspects of your assessment practice, then let me show you some other tools that you can use. One of them, used for formative assessment, can be Quizlet. So you just go to Quizlet, you can create that, and you can even create through Quizlet what we call flashcards, that can help your students do reviews, self-testing, and then you can use Quizlet also for tests and short quizzes for your students. So if you're not using an LMS, you can go to Quizlet for that purpose. And then, of course, a lot of you are probably now familiar with Kahoot. No? So a lot of you are familiar with Kahoot. And so we're going to try to do that right now. So Kahoot is just like Quizlet, but it's game-based. So let me just stop sharing right now. And I'll be giving you the link. So pakiabangan lang po yung link natin. Oh no, wait. Not the link, sorry. Please look at the screen right now for the link. So just go to www.kahoot.it, and this is the game pin. So I am now inviting everyone to please go to www.kahoot.it and enter this game pin so that we can start this very simple quiz or very simple assessment using this platform. So go ahead and go to this website right here. Just type it in your browser. It will ask you for a nickname. Yeah. So right now we have Nami there. And then you please go ahead and paste this game pin. I'm sure most of you, this is not your first time to use Kahoot, but let's just go ahead and have an enjoyable moment before we conclude this matter. Where are you now? So we're gonna wait for several other players, please. Yan. Okay, sige. So we'll wait. Ma'am Arjem, sali ka na rin. Tingnan natin yung ano mo. Let's see your... Sumali ka na rin. Baka mag-top
I will. Competitive tayo eh.
Oo, competitive tayo. Okay, asa na yung iba? Where are the rest? Again, please type www.kahoot.it and just paste the game pin right there. Okay? Ayan. Tatatlo pa lang out of 135 yata tayo. So, again, you are all invited. Now, don't worry. The questions will have nothing to do with the webinar. It has nothing to do with the webinar, but it has everything to do with what you know. Okay? So, tingnan natin kung may nalalaman po kayo. Okay, come on. So let's see if we have more. Dapat marami pa, di ba, Arjen? There should be more here.
Yes.
Tuning in.
We have around 130. Oh, 130.
Oo, 130 yan. So dapat makasali man lang. Okay, I'll give you ilang seconds na lang. 30 seconds siguro. Kunwari. 30 seconds. Kunwari ang ibibigay ko sa inyo so that you can join us. Okay? So again, at least if you haven't done this before, at least maranasan niyo man lang. Now normally Kahoot has two features, no? It can both be synchronous, just like what we're doing now. You can use this as part of the activities, formative activities that you can do for your synchronous classes. And it can also be asynchronous, meaning you can go ahead and place a link that you have of the quiz, and then they can do that on their own. But this particular way of doing it is actually more enjoyable for students, whether they are in elementary or even in college. Na-enjoy pa rin po nila ito. No? Na-enjoy nila ito because it's a game type. So there are several others, and it also features survey, and many others, and you'll see some of them right now. Okay, mukhang wala na. So Arjem, I guess some are not able to mga watchers na lang yung iba.
Opo.
Kaya matagal.
Yes, it is difficult daw because of poor connectivity, sir.
Ayun lang. Yun lang yung medyo the downside, of course,
2
of
minutes.
Kahoot.
Last 2 minutes
Yeah.
siguro.
The downside of Kahoot is it does entail a big amount of data, or dapat mabilis yung data mo, no? Or mabilis yung connection mo. Even in my house, for example, that's already a non-data connection, ha? That's already a subscribed connection. Mabagal ang Kahoot, no? So that's something that okay? Sige, I guess we can start. Those who will not be able to participate, obviously you can just cheer us on and see how this goes. So we'll just go ahead. Just to save time, remember that we're trying to get the time down at the moment. Okay, so let's start. So you should be seeing now the questions, and we'll see the answers there. Okay, there's the question right there. Which of the following is considered a smaller subatomic particle? Sorry, mali yung English ko, Arjen. Subatomic particle lang dapat siya. So just click or press which one is your answer right there. Yan, may 30 seconds naman sila. Sabi sa inyo, it's not about this webinar, no? It's about whether you know something. Okay? Ayan. And one. Okay. So yon. So there were several, and the correct answer is actually quarks. Ayan. So, nagtay sila ng protons yata yun. Okay? So, ayan, si Ma'am Che. Ma'am ba yan or sir? I'm not sure. Okay? So, quarks are smaller subatomic particles. No? They're smaller than electrons. Yan. 81 is a square. Arjem, favorite mo na topic, oh. So is it true or false? Is 81 a square?
9 times 9. Oh, yes.
Ay, ma'am, wag ka pong
Ay, sorry.
wag maingay, ma'am. Walang coaching. Mabait masyado si Ma'am Elmi, nagpo-coaching siya. Okay? The correct answer is it's true because 9 by 9 is actually considered
Sorry,
square.
kasi akala ko nakapatay yung mic ko kanina.
Okay. So, sino ngayon? Okay, so we have Sky now. Nako, sky's the limit. Okay? Let's see. The last one, tatlo lang naman to. Ayan. Para sa'yo, Arjam, yan. Kasi English na yan eh. Huwag maingay ha. Huwag ma-excite. Okay? Sige, tingnan natin kung mga Inglesero natin ay talagang ano. Alright? So again, Kahoot is mainly, can be used to assess whether your students understand. So formative yung kanyang ano. Okay. So, ayan, 12. So meron pa ring, ano nga ang antonym, Ms. Arjem? Antonym is?
The opposite.
So I was just
Kabaliktaran.
asking the opposite of opposite. No? So, okay. So I was asking the opposite of opposite. Ayan. So let's see kung sino. Okay, papadalhan daw to ng ano yan? ng load.
Akala ko na soy milk.
Soy milk. Okay. So we have Sky. Okay. Congratulations, ma'am or Sir Sky. We don't know kasi nicknames lang to eh. All right. So this is how Kahoot looks like. So you can see that it's very useful for any level of students. No? Any level of students can utilize that. However, like I said, it's best used as or utilized as a formative assessment. Huwag niyong gamitin to. Do not use it as a summative assessment kasi nagmamadali yung mga estudyante to answer and so on. Okay, so that's Kahoot. How to use it? You just log in. You can use your Google account actually to log into Kahoot. And now, if you're into videos naman, instead of doing instead of doing forums na text-based, we have Flipgrid naman, and some of our teachers are already using this. Flipgrid allows your students to instead type their reactions, reflections, or discussions. They simply video themselves and it's recorded and it's provided in Flipgrid. And so as a video version of their reactions and reflections, they can now make discussions, they can make short reports, or they can make clarifications of their learning. So that's still part of assessment. So unfortunately, we're unable to use Flipgrid right now because of time constraints. And then, of course, I think we're going to review that. Mentimeter. Mentimeter allows you to survey what is being known. No? So it can be in the form of a chart or a form of a word cloud, just like what you're seeing right now. And we're going to do this, but not with Mentimeter. We're going to use another type of word cloud building. What this does, and I'm using something called Answer Garden. Answer Garden naman siya. So, Arjem, I'm going to put that into the chat box right now. For all of you, you can click that. Okay, so I'm clicking that. Ayan. So Arjem, you can go ahead and also. So participants, you can click on the link there and start placing your Answer Garden answers to the statement here. Give one word that represents assessment in your courses. One word only. So right now, once you click that, you will have here, dito, and then you can type your answer and then just click submit. And then the word cloud should appear here on the blank. Okay, so let me just refresh in case someone is already typing. Ayan, okay, so now we have that. So there's one person who typed this. Now what you're doing, and this is very good for, let's say, diagnostic. No? What do you know about this concept? So give me one word. Yan. Usually one word ang pinakamaganda, but you can adjust the number of characters that they can provide for you. And obviously, if you're familiar with word clouds, the bigger the word, the more people are, there are more people who thought that was the concept. So basically, you're already surveying, and because of that survey, you're able to see what your students know and what they don't know. No? So, why did I not use Mentimeter? Well, it has the same purpose anyway. So why make it complex? So I discovered Mentimeter, Answer Garden before Mentimeter, and so. But there are many other word cloud generating tools out there, but I'm just using this one. And of course, I showed you Mentimeter. Okay, so I think Sir Dorado will be using Mentimeter in a while. Okay, ayan. So, authentic yung nangunguna, and then we have learning. Okay, sige. So, I'll let this go ahead. I think they already know what it looks like. So, that's a very good way of looking into it. All right, so go ahead and keep those words coming in as we do this. All right, so now let me now show you others to conclude. Okay, so we have Mentimeter. For summative assessments, I think si Arjem is familiar dito. Arjem, familiar ka ba dito? Did you use this before? Pathbright? You remember this? Yung undergrad mo?
EdTech.
Yeah. So, Pathbright, for those of you who are onto portfolio assessments, yan. Pathbright is a portfolio assessment portal. No? It allows you to create a class that will enable you to have the works of your students to be compiled into a portfolio. And they submit their works, you grade them, you give feedback again. They can, and one thing that was that is very nice about Pathbright is that your students are given the tawag dito, pinapakita niya how many has already been submitted, which will show you how your students have improved. Yan. So that the number of submissions actually tell you the journey of your students toward learning so much. Okay?
Sir,
Okay. So let me just continue and then let's just yeah. All right. So with Pathbright, you can give grades also. You can provide feedback. And then again, like I said, you can see the journey of your students, which is basically what a portfolio assessment is all about. The only thing that is missing here is their ability to upload other media, such as videos and other pictures. But other than that, Pathbright does a very good job in monitoring assessment of your learners. Okay, of your learners. So you may want to try Pathbright if you are sorry.
Yun daw, di ba nag-order si Ma'am sa imo? Para daw sila press dito. Para daw sila press.
Hello. I think
Si ano
sa office ni ni Dr.
Malabi ko yan si Sito, may tao ko daw dito sa babaw. Wala pa daw sila.
Cannot turn off that one. Okay, Google chat.
Sino na?
Maybe any of our faculty members know anyone there in the
we're contacting Aini.
Yeah. So that we can okay, anyway, I'm almost done. So okay, so this is a very good platform for those of you who may be teaching in the arts, maybe teaching in more paper-based, more theoretical and paper-based courses, because this is very good with that as a platform. Okay, so here we have, so that's Pathbright, right? Okay, so in conclusion to this matter on tools in assessment, it's the picture that we see is that any tool that we find, okay, must be able to achieve its purpose. So if I ask you to cut this piece of wood, would you bring me that tool right there that you see on the picture? Obviously not, unless you want to spend the day making it difficult. And just like a hammer trying to cut a piece of wood, if the tool that you choose does not really match the kind of outcomes that you have for assessing student learning, then the tool will not. For example, if you use Kahoot, you say, oh, this is an enjoyable tool, I'll use it for the long exam of my students. It's not gonna work that way, because after item number 50, your students will no longer be enjoying their time with Kahoot. No? So please make sure to utilize tools based on the outcomes that they are trying to do. So when using online tools for assessment, please use these tools to align with outcomes, simplify and clarify instructions for these online tools. Okay, make it enjoyable and obviously accessible. Do not tell them, please go here, when in fact they are unable to access it. Okay, so thank you very much for your time, and I hope that you learned from some of those tools.
Thank you so much, Dr. Esguera. We are sure, I am sure that they learned a lot from your presentation. Yun nga lang po talagang ang downside nito ay yung internet connection, especially dun sa mga real-time na mga online activities. Anyway, thank you very much, sir. And sorry again for the ano ba tawag dito? Unanticipated. Kasi hindi ko alam, parang wala sa ating nagawang co-host yata.
Wala nga.
Wala po, opo. Okay, anyway, we will now go to the next few presentations, and this will depend on the time that he is allotted to speak. The number of topics will be dependent on the time, on the length of time that he is allowed to speak. Our last speaker for this afternoon with, we hope, 3 relevant topics to discuss. He served as a Bible teacher, principal, trainer, department head, and research director, just to name a few. And among his areas of expertise are accreditation, administration and supervision, curriculum development, educational policies, and laws and mentoring. This afternoon, he will hopefully discuss these 3 topics: how to minimize cheating in the online classroom, biblical approach to student grading, and creating a culture of integrity. Let us now hear from the Dean of the College of Education and the concurrent chair of the Graduate Education, Dr. Leonardo B. Dorado.
Hello, good afternoon. So I would like you to have a participation in this activity. In this while I'm doing the lecture or the presentation, I would like you to do 2 things. One, you raise your hand if the topic I'm discussing has been you know already. You come across with that idea, and then if the topic or a concept is the first time you heard, kindly use the chat box, and you say wow. Okay, so there are 2 things. You have to raise your hand if the idea is new. I mean, it's already been, you come across with the idea, and you say wow in the chat box if that is the first time you heard that statement or that concept, you come across with that concept. Okay, so do we understand that? So let's start. Let's try to test. Can you raise your hand if you understand? Let me see if you understand the instruction. Okay, so there are many already who are raising their hands. Okay, thank you for your participation. There were already about 30 who raised their hand and continue. Okay, thank you. So the topic that I'm going to discuss this afternoon, I hope we can really put together everything in so short a time, would be the first is how to minimize how to minimize cheating in an online classroom. So let me share my screen. Okay. Can you see it now? Can you see it now?
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
Okay, so thank you. This is the disadvantage of using a webinar mode. No. So anyway, so first of all, I would like to ask some of this question. How many of you were come from the College of Education, from the teacher ed? Pwede ko ba malaman kung ilan yung gagaling sa teacher education, teacher education? Let me see. How many came from the College of Education? Okay, thank you. All right. So, and then during the pre-registration, I have noticed that there are teachers already who have been teaching for about 30 years, and that's the highest so far that I have seen. No, so eto yung mga problem now that we are confronting with this scenario. This is some of the problem of our teachers who had been teaching already for so long, and especially yung online classroom. No, so ito yung mga problema because we are not trained for this kind of scenario. No, many of our teachers, I'm one of those. I just learned computer and some of this technology by myself. No, okay. So anyway, let's proceed with the topic. We have a very short time for the discussion of 3 topics, so that I will try to concise. Okay, first is how to minimize the cheating in an online classroom. Okay, so which is easier, face-to-face to cheat in a face-to-face or online class? Alin kaya ang mas madali? Mas madaling mag-cheat, as they said. Is it online or face-to-face? No? Basically, according to the source, physical separation actually resulting to influence a yung separation, especially online classes, can cause a what we call cheating. No, can create more opportunity for cheating. No, ito yung mga excuses and alibis. So intentionally sending ito yung mga alibis ng estudyante. Have you encountered this one? Corrupted file or an attachment that cannot be opened. Have you encountered that? Or it could be faking technical difficulties during online tests. No? We have encountered this as mentioned by some of our speakers before. We had experience of volcanic eruption in January of 2020. And from that time, we already shifted to online because we have our student went home, and so the only way to because dormitory po kami, no? So we are in a dormitory, we are a dormitory school. Most of our students are actually staying in the campus. So during the volcanic eruption, umuwi, no? And from that time on, most of our activity are already online. We shifted from online, no? And some of our students were actually, especially for the graduate school, need to take the comprehensive exam online, no? And one of those, maybe it's not really an alibi, but one of those issues that they raise concern is that yung technical difficulties. Someone was already asking for an essay question for some time, and then finally someone called, no? Kasi doon sa meron isang platform na ginamit kami sa graduate school that later on we realized na pag meron palang tumawag doon sa account na yon ay nawawala yung kanyang ginagawa, no? So that's one of the issue, no? So let's continue. Okay, now another issue is the hacking, no? Looking at the source code or JavaScript might show an answer to an online quiz, no? So another one is changing the clock on your computer to send email late but to have an easier date and time. No? So ito yung one of those issue na pwedeng gawing alibi ng estudyante. No? So yung source code. No? So when giving an exam online, how can you be sure a student is actually doing his or her own work? No? So that's another issue. Yung bang estudyante talaga ang nagsasagot, no? And then another one, what is the most secure way to handle online examination? So these are some of the issues that would help us avoid what we call the online cheating, no? All right, so these are some of the strategy. Let me begin. Number one is the character building. I think based on studies, the most important safety measure to avoid cheating is to build persons of integrity rather than learning environments that are cheating proof. In other words, there is no really, there is no classroom that are cheating proof, no? Yung estudyante ay hindi talaga pwedeng nakakapag-cheat nga yung sa face-to-face. How much more when it is online? That's why we are looking into the strategy, how can we avoid this one? And some of the strategies are this. Number one is character building. So you focus on building the person's integrity rather than yung learning environment, rather that learning environment that are cheating proof, as we said. Another thing in our context, we always tell our students that kasi nga ang nature, the human nature is, you always take advantage of when you have a chance to take advantage. No? That's a human nature. And in our context as a Christian school, we always emphasize the help of God or the Holy Spirit in order for you to overcome such temptation. No? So number two is we can look into what we call academic integrity. No? So make sure that your institution has academic integrity policy. No? That yung academic integrity policy can be given to the student. We have, in our case, we have the manual of academic policy, and we give that to the student. And maybe you have also a policy like that in your institution or in your university, and you can discuss it in the class, no? And then another thing is this policy can be discussed at the beginning of the class or even before the examination. So you emphasize on number one, sabi natin, is on the integrity, and then the second one is the character building, as I'd say, and then the second is the academic integrity. No, so remind them of this policy during the examinations, especially during the time, because that's a strategic time. No, the third one is still academic integrity, contract or statement. Do you have that in your institution? As I said, when you give the manual of academic policy, that can be signed. There should be a portion in your academic policy that a student can sign. It's a contract between the student and the university, so that you can establish what we call the academic integrity. No? Okay, another one, number four, is another strategy is the online examination, yung exam preparation. So the first one here is to create question that requires higher order thinking skills. No, so so we can have more, we can focus more our question on what we call analysis, synthesis, and evaluation level, rather than we provide them questions that can be responded by yes or no, or true or false, or an objective type, and they will have chance to compare their answer to other students. No, so that's the first one, is provide or create questions that have higher HOTS or higher order thinking skills. Number two, letter B, under the preparation of examination, is authentic and mastery learning. So ask mastery type, yung ask mastery type of question, so that a student must know the material herself in order to answer the question. Okay, so what is the example of this? You can ask the student to relate the subject matter to their own personal or professional experiences, no? So yung type ng questions can be you can relate it to the type of experience of a student in a particular class. So para yung sagot magiging personalized, and it will be difficult to replicate, no? So that's another suggestion. Another one, a strategy, is use varied question type. It is more difficult, of course, for students to give the same response as their friends verbatim for open-ended question, no? So ito yung isang po pwedeng gawin. So there should be a variety of question, and normally in teacher education, we said that there must be a different type of examination. But since we shifted from the face-to-face type of mode of delivery to online, we can now look into a different type of examination, no? Unless you have you have your own LMS. Dr. Esguerra was talking about the LMS we are using, and one of those is the Moodle, or we call it in the university as iStudy. And that iStudy, there are portions there that even if you use multiple choice, you can actually scramble those questions, no? So meaning, si student A will take this type of examination, but student B will take a different type of the same examination. However, his number one is different from student A. Okay, so that is one way of if you will be using an LMS like that, no? But if you don't have, one of the suggestion is to avoid to use varied question type, no? When you will not be using varied type, but rather you will connect this to a more experiential activity, no? Okay, next is the vary and embedded assessment, no? This one, it gives many short exams that are embedded in class exercise, meaning the evaluation or the formative tests are already given during the class, the synchronous class, or it could be asynchronous, but in the class exercises, no? Okay. Varied type of assessment strategies helps getting a more accurate picture of learning that just a single kind of assessment, no? All right, next is the refrain from using published tests bank verbatim, no? This is one of the issue with teachers who are using copying from the test questions at the back of reviewers, books, no, and something like that, no. So one way to delimit, or not, if not totally remove or delete the cheating inside the classroom, is teachers should not make a published test. Okay. All right. Next, in the online examination, yung access control is also one of the issue. So yung access control is problem because the password, when you use the online examination, the password can be given to somebody else, no? And how do you know that they are using user's name and password, no? So that's one of the thing, no? So how would you control such thing like this, no? So you can provide more mga deterrent, no? Like maybe in you can ask them to, while they are taking the examination, the camera is on, and so on and so forth, no? Okay, next, itong restricted testing window. In this case, have every student start the exam around the same time and limit how long each students will have to take the exam, no? So this is one of the problem. If we allow the student to have a very long, yung time frame na binigay natin was too long, no? Especially for those who did not study. It will tempt them to open their notes or even look at other sources because you have given them a longer time. So one of the advice is that it is important to provide just enough time that a student who knows the information would have appropriate amount of time to be successful on the exam, and not too much time for students who have not prepared. No? So those are the so restricted time window. In many of the LMS, merong ganyan, no? Merong you can set the number of hours or minutes for the examination. Okay, and we have been using this in our competency test for our undergraduate program. They have a competency test for every level, and normally we use the I study our LMS to for the examination, no? And then we set the time and time limit so that all of them will start and finish at the same time. Okay, the next one. Letter C is set up examination to show one question at a time. Yan. So this is one of the strategies, so we can avoid and we can have a deterrent for students to take to cheat on the class, no? So set up the exam to show one question at a time. I think most of the LMS have this kind of system, no, kind of strategies, no. Yung one question at a time. You cannot move to the next question unless they have answered that item. Okay. The next one, prohibit backtracking. No, yung opportunity for the students to go back to to the previous question. So that's another strategy. The letter E, we have change test question sequence. Ito yun, na-mention ko na to, no? So in other words, if you have an LMS, okay, let's start with the online. If you have the LMS, automatically in the system of LMS, especially in the Moodle or in our case is the iStudy, you can actually do the test, change the sequence of the test question. And as I said, even if they take the same examination besides each other, they cannot copy because it changed the yung number item for student A is different from student B. And then itong ano na to, yung change the test question sequence, this is part of the LMS system na you can actually reshuffle the test question, no? When you give the same question for another group of students, no? All right, letter F, offer different version of the same test. Okay, so of course this is another strategy. You cannot use the same type of tests or the same kind of examination the following year or the following semester. You should do the revision, no? Our students are very intelligent, they are smart, and if we are not cautious about this, then they might be able to discern that you are giving the same examination, and that's the reason why we have to offer a different version every semester or every time we give the same type of examination. Letter G, allowing for only take the test once. So this is, of course, just like the face-to-face, we only give examination once. So in the online, of course, we should do the same, no? Or it depends on the institution, depending on your policy. But for an online examination, so that it will not be, the student will not have a chance to take advantage of the system, of the online system, you should have a policy that it can be only taken by a student once. Okay? All right. And then yung plan for technical issues, no? So this is one of the problem. Sometimes nawawala nga. And then of course siguro, as I said while this morning, one of the problem is very low connectivity because most of the tower, as I said, they can only accommodate 2,000, 3,000 subscriber. But in our case in the Philippines, most of the time, according to one article that I read, most of the towers are accommodating 5,000 subscribers, and therefore there is traffic on, especially in the internet connection. No? So if you are planning to give examination online, then you must have a provision of contingency. What if this will fail? So what are your contingencies? And of course, you have to also to make it sure that your students have a strong connectivity when they take the exam, or else you will have this problem. Again, maybe they can use that as an alibi also, that they were not able to finish the exam because they don't have connection. No? So these are some of the issues that you need to look into. No? Another one, delay score availability. No? In the LMS, dun sa mga LMS natin, we can actually give the result immediately. But one of the strategy is, especially if you are revealing the correct answer, is to delay yung results. No? Wag mo nang ibigay to students who have taken already the exam. You have to delay it so that you can still maintain the credibility of your questionnaire. Okay, another one, protect your test question answer. So if students to review their exam only show them the question they answered incorrectly, no. So that's one strategy. You can also just show the questions that perhaps they made mistakes, no. So yun, isang strategy yun, so that they cannot share the correct answer to other students. Another one, another assessment. So create application assignment. So when we do, anong tawag doon? When we give them assessment activities, we can create assignments that require students to apply essential course concept to a relevant problem. So this may force students to seek relevant information behind the assigned reading and lectures and conduct independent research by identifying credible source to support the development of your assignment. So those are some of the thing, no? So create application assignment, a different assignment, no? It's also related to letter B. For a project to be truly collaborative, each group member should be familiar with everyone else work and be able to subscribe how each group members contribute, support the whole group assignment. No, this is particularly true with the research class, no, or any collaborative assignment that we give to our students. There must be a portion in the assignment that we assign wherein each members can describe their contribution. No, as I said, especially in research, we have a problem with research that are being done as a group, because according to research, the best grouping number is 3, and if you have more than 3 in each group, most of the time they are riders. We call it riders, no? Nakikisakay na lang, no? Kung ano yung ano. So to eliminate that, what you can do is, even if there are more, even if there are more participants in the group, you can put a specific activity or a specific assignment for each member of the group, so that everyone can contribute. Okay, and then this is another thing, so you can avoid the cheating in the classroom, or for whatever assignment or requirements they are, or deliverables, as Dr. Esguerra was saying, that they are submitting. One of those tools that you can use is the plagiarism tools, or the what we call Turnitin, one of the plagiarism tools. No, so if you have that, you can ask every assignments or the research or work of students before they submit it to you, to be checked by similarity tests. We call it the Turnitin, so that you can make it sure that there is no plagiarism or the documents they submitted to you is not plagiarized. Okay?
Kita mo yung mga tuldok-tuldok doon. Ang ibig sabihin, may mga
Excuse
tao
me.
dyan. Kaya pag
Okay.
tinanyan mo, andyan.
Excuse me.
Andyan.
Ma'am Mayet, can you turn off your microphone? Okay.
Agoy!
Okay. All right. So let's proceed. Okay. So utilize forum discussion. This is one of the another thing you can do. Online discussion allow for more sharing and well-documented answer. So this has been discussed. So guided by discussion rubrics. We already mentioned this one, so I will not discuss this. But this is one of the strategy we can use for online. And then finally, so second to the last, class exercises. Make exercises difficult enough so that the person who hasn't done the previous work in your course will not be able to complete the assignment. So this is another strategy. But again, we should be more humane in doing this, no? More helpful to our student rather than, but of course we need also to teach them values of working or doing their things on their own, no? Okay, and then finally, yung progressive submission scheme. This is one of the strategy that we already, I think most of us are already using. And ako, in research class, what I did was chapter by chapter. So this is one of the what we call progressive scheme, no, submission scheme, that you ask them to submit chapter by chapter, so you can parts by part, so that you can go over their paper and give feedback immediately, no. All right, and then so this is one of the caricature here. Copying without permission is stealing. So copying without permission, is stealing. Therefore, you become a thief when you did not recognize people that you utilize their thoughts or their idea. Okay, and then these are the references. Okay, so Paul Mayer says productivity is never an accident. It is always a result of commitment to excel, intelligent planning, and focused effort. So I think if there is one thing that we should be thankful with the pandemic is it gives us more time and more appreciation on how are we going to be more innovative in this situation. So right now, I think in your area, one of the challenges perhaps is the connectivity. No, I have been to Mindanao for 27 years, 26 years, and I'm not from Davao, no, but we have our permanent address is already in Davao, so I know Mindanao very well for I've stayed there longer, and one of those issues I think is connectivity, no, and it's not, you are not alone. Even here in Cavite, where we are now situated, we have the same challenges, no. So, but anyway, that gives us an opportunity to be more creative, to be more productive, and to do innovations in the way we are dealing with our students, because this is a challenge. Cheating in the classroom is one of the challenges, really. So we cannot totally eradicate that, but we can minimize perhaps. And so those some of the suggestions that we mentioned, perhaps you can consider that, and maybe you have also other practices that can also help us or help other people to benefit best practices in controlling or eradicate, and not totally eradicate, but controlling the cheating inside the classroom, especially in online classes. Okay, so let me start sharing. Arjem, so we're not done yet. Can I proceed now?
Yes, sir.
Or
Go on
with
po.
the question? Okay. All right. All right. So let me proceed now with the next topic, which is about biblical approach to student grading. So okay. So the issue here, or the background here, is that how are we going to give grades to our students? You would probably say, we have already our criteria. We have a grading criteria. Yes, in our university, we have also our grading criteria. We have also CMOs that tells us about how we should be at least giving grades for the tertiary level, for the graduate school. No? But in the context of our university, we have what we call the different approach to students giving grades, and perhaps a different idea on how we look into giving grades to students. No? The first one I would like to mention here, the definition is that student's grade is a spiritual concern, no? One that requires character and faith in the students and grader alike. So this is one of the idea we would like to share to you. This perhaps grading top giving grades is not a new thing, but how we contextualize or use the biblical approach in giving grades. So the giving grades is one that requires character and faith in students and the grader alike. So that meaning it's for the teacher also. No, in Deuteronomy 25 verses 15 and 16, it says, "A false measure is abomination to the Lord." No? And this is also, maybe this is biblical, but in our what we call the Magna Carta, ethics for teachers, these are also true. That we should give justice, we should be rightfully give grades to our students, no, especially when we measure when we assess their learnings in a particular class. Teacher must be diligent to uphold a righteous standard in grading. So this is another idea that we would like to share to you, that we have a responsibility to give the righteous standard in giving grades. All right. So grading is actually defined as honest evaluation represent the best means toward ultimate educational success. So that can be one. That is one of our definition for grading. Honest evaluation represents the best means towards ultimate educational success. Another is we must not inflate the importance of grading, increasing our temptation to cheat for the student. No, this is one of the issue. No, so if we give too much premium to grades, it will inflate. No? It might give a wrong impression to students that in order for them to be appreciated and to succeed in life, they must have a good grades, and it costs them to, it leads them into cheating perhaps, no, and doing something that is not good in order to get a good grades. No, neither should we inflate accomplishment, thereby destroying the meaning of grades and retrading the real growth. So if we, both sides, no, meaning if we give more importance on accomplishment, and if we are not also giving premium also that they must also do their best in order to get a good grades, it will have a resulted to both disadvantage on both sides. No, so grades communicate the student's accomplishment manifested through various trials of his ability and effort over time. No, so this is another definition. And due to vagaries of human mind in a fallen world, grades may not accurately reflect real accomplishment at any particular moment. So this is the thing, no. Because if we are too much concerned and we put premium too much on the grades, the student the students who are not performing, or we might tag, no, parang malagyan na natin ng pangalan ng estudyante na because you are not performing, you will not be successful in life. That is not true, no, because one of the idea of grading is to really see whether they have learned in was that the lifelong learning that they need, that they will be needing in the actual life, no, in the actual in the field of work, no. So this is one of the idea here that there are students may not be performing in terms of grade immediately, but it doesn't reflect the real accomplishment of any student in a particular moment, no. All right, so let's continue. So the grades as a standard for rewards or punishment places a wrong materialistic emphasis. With the materialistic emphasis, we encourage the desire for selfish gain or avoidance of discomfort, which may easily result in cheating or other compensation. No, so yun yung ano, danger if we put so much premium on grades. No, so because they might result into what we call cheating. No, stressing a materialistic reward undermine the purer joy of faith, learning, and accomplishment. A system for reward and punishment encourage children to cheat or compensate rather than to learn by faith. Okay, another thing is sometimes shaming a child with a grade is appropriate, as Jesus used public shame to reach the hard-hearted. However, shame makes a poor general educational instrument. Of course, it may be in some ways there are people that you need to treated more forward. However, we do not, as an educator, I think we know that shaming a student is not a very good policy, as not a very good instrument or educational instrument, no, to evaluate students. All right, and then in a biblical approach to evaluation, the teacher school defines a set of standards or principle of evaluation, which represents a range of accomplishment. No, like for example, minimal success is usually defined by a grade of C. In your context, maybe it's a grade of ano ba yung sa statute. Alam ko sa statute it's a hindi number eh. In our university we use a number. So maybe a C is about 80. Or I don't know whether it is 2.50 or a 3, something like that. So, but anyway, minimal success is usually defined as a grade of C. So it's a range, no? The first successful grade implies not an average degree of accomplishment within a given group, but individual success with respect to a certain minimum rudiments defined by the teacher. So that's the standard, no? Okay, so let's take a look at this grading standard. So the teachers with a careful curriculum design can ensure the success of all, but the most damaged, rebellious, or organically challenged student. No, so yeah, and then for the special learners, discerning appropriate levels of success is crucial. Even with special learners, with few exceptions, can grow incrementally in accomplishment. Rigorous practice with minimum content, such as memorization, serves to provide a safety net to ensure minimal success. So students of higher ability requires a higher minimal standard. So just like Luke 12:48 says, to whom much is required. No? So for our students. Okay. Another thing here, for example, the B, the grade of B or superior grade marks a more diligent effort. It also ordinarily represent due to manifest harder work. So that's why grades are actually basis for the work or the effort being exerted by the student. So if B is superior grade marks of a more diligent effort, it is also ordinarily represent what? Harder work, the fulfillment of higher degree of accomplishment. No, but what if the grade of the student is A? The A represent a standard generally acknowledged as measurement of excellence. No, so that's why we are giving grades. But what is the point here? The limits include the scope of courses and the factors as maturity of understanding, maturing of motor movement, and former accomplishment. Meaning, as we already mentioned earlier, sometimes when we give grades of A to a student, that means he is an excellent student. But what if the student got a grade, okay, the grade of D. What happened with the student? What do you mean by how do we interpret the learning of the student when a student got a D? In a biblical concept, we look into this standard, no? So the first is in the most general sense, God's workmanship defines excellence, which men may only approximate. However, excellence at whatever level of human limitation will ought to be our standard. So let the excellence of Christ in us become the personal standard in our lives. So the D grade represent lack of sufficient accomplishment to earn a C and to move to the next topic. So that simply tells us that if the student, not naming the student that he is not good or he is poor, he's not a good student because he got a D, no? But rather, the D represent a lack of sufficient accomplishment. This is a biblical concept that we have to treat that if the student does not get a good grade, it doesn't mean that the student should be named as an idiot or doesn't understand anything, but simply maybe she lack of sufficiency to accomplish or to earn a higher grade. A D grade usually results from a poor previous educational experience, one that has failed to lay proper foundation for achievement. Because, you know, as mentioned already, maybe the students are getting a low grades because the foundation is not good. So in that concept, in this particular standard, biblical standard, we look into the learners that this learner can have a chance to grow. That is the role of teachers. No? I know that the standard of the state university, especially I finished my master's and my doctoral in Central Mindanao University. And so I know how the rudiment of getting grades in the state U, no? But in the biblical concept, when you get a D, it must be the role of the teacher to find some ways in order for these students to get a better grade. Okay? Because as we mentioned here already, the grade of D may not be the best, and yet because one of the reasons ang dahilan doon is because he doesn't have a good educational background, previous educational background. No, so those are some of the things. No, another thing is so thus the grade may apply to students who attempt diligent effort, but because of formerly developed bad habit or lack of training, he is not yet capable of the foundational skills and habit to support success. No? So that is where I will not discuss this further, but that is the standard, the biblical approach of giving grades is that we look into this learner, that this learner can be developed later. Okay, we can improve, we can help them to grow. No, not because the other way of giving grades is if you have got the grade, that's your grade, that's it. I'm not responsible anymore whether you will be learning the skills or will have competency later. No. In the biblical approach, we treat our student as an educator, whether you are from the teacher education or from other colleges, that we treat our student has the opportunity to grow and improve. No, and I understand from the point of view of the standard state university, we have a big investment for every student who enrolled in our educational institution, and therefore I think this approach must be also applicable, so that we can produce manpower, human resources that has a chance to be developed over time. No, so while they are staying, whether they are still first year, you can still, those are the roles of teachers, the chairperson who are taking charge of the students in the program that you have. Try to help them to grow, no, and be developed as a human and develop their competency and skills. Okay, and then so F implies a complete lack of effort. It then represent failure due to absence of effort. Anyway, so those are, because that's the meaning of F. No, however, as well as what we have mentioned, and mentioned in the last part here, an F grade is no reason for despair, especially with a younger student. Rather, it should cause prayer and redoubled diligence to help the student overcome his poor character. So maybe because, as what we mentioned, some of the causes of failure of students is because of their behavior, character. I mean, their behavior not to participate, and so on and so forth. No, but that is the role of teachers in the point of view, biblical point of view of giving grades. I think it is our responsibility to help our students to be developed. Okay, so these are spatial consideration. More capable students should be graded according to their individual abilities as determined by the teachers, to whom much is given, much is required. All right. Okay. All right. Let me just pass forward this one. Okay. So I think basically those are some of the things. I'd like to mention this one. Carefully defining course goals, and keeping the developmental level of student in mind will aid in establishing grading standard for a particular course. Because as we mentioned, even if the university have our own standard, our criteria for giving grades, the teacher can also make can make a decision also on how they're going to develop their own standard in a particular course. No, so those some of the biblical point of view that we mentioned is some of the suggestion to look into how in biblical perspective we can give grades to our students. So the teacher continually asks himself, these are some of the questions that we should ask ourselves. What level of knowledge, skills, or reasoning ability represents success, the lack of success, or excellence? Okay, so if we tag our student, that student got an F, then it doesn't define him or what will be his future. But we have to do something in order for him to improve his competency, his skills, while they are still in our university. Okay, we have a saying in our university before that you can never tell. It's a biblical point of view. You can never tell what will be a man under the fig tree. Sometimes those people that we have seen that are not good in the class are some of the people being successful in the future. No, so you can never tell what will be a man under the fig tree. Okay, in counsels to teachers, paragraph 100, page 117, paragraph 1. Ellen White says, this is one of his statements, the system of grading is sometimes a hindrance to pupils' real progress. Some people are slow at first, and the teachers of this youth needs to exercise great patience. So ito yun, yung mga teachers, we need to take a look at how we deal with our student. We look at them, in our context, we look at them as very precious soul or student or human resource that our country will benefit in the future if we handle them right. No, but these pupils may after a short time learn so rapidly as to astonish him. Other may appear to be very brilliant, but time may show that they have blossomed too suddenly. The system of confining children rigidly to grades is not wise. Yeah. So I think that's the end of the presentation for the biblical approach for grading. I'm not sure I think we don't have time anymore. So our contingency plan is that if I cannot finish it, there is one more topic about integrity. We can just share the instrument to you or the materials. It's self-explanatory, and you can read that one so that we will not be bothering you so much with the celebration of our Muslim brothers and sisters with Ramadan. Okay, all right. Thank you. Unless we have some question or clarification.
Thank you so much, Dr. Dorado. That was very informative and very enlightening. Yun nga lang talagang parati na lang nangyayari ito na tuwing meron tayong CPD webinar, kulang yung maghapon talaga to fit in everything. However, there were two who shared their reflection for today and their gratefulness sa nangyari po na webinar. Let me read them from Ma'am Almira Boniel. Sabi niya po, this webinar is super timely and relevant. Interesting topics were chosen, plus the excellent and knowledgeable guest speakers. Kudos to SKSU. Totoo po yan. Kudos po sa inyo. Especially those people working behind this activity success. I learned a lot from this webinar. As I listened to the topics presented, I started asking myself, have I applied the right strategies to make my students learn? One thing I know for sure, in order to become an effective teacher, I must be flexible and consider variety of methods to attain the grasp of my students. Assessment is not made just to comply grade for a particular subject, but it's beyond that. It should become the marking point for all teachers to know whether our students have learned or not from the topics given and discussed to them. Thank you so much for this realization. Hopefully, we can get a copy. O, ito na, sir. We can get a copy of all the presentations.
Yeah.
Thank you so much. Ayan, any reaction po from anybody, from our speakers regarding this very well said reflection and realization?
We're happy that there are reflections that come out, especially for our teachers, no? Kasi nga, ito yung ano talaga responsibility of teachers. We look, as I said, I graduated from State University also from my master's and doctoral in Central Mindanao University. In fact, I have some roommate before in CMU who are from Isulan. I think it's are there any other state university there, or maybe it's SKSU from Isulan, no? But every student in our context must be valued because they are investment, and in our context as a Seventh-day Adventist, we value the student because they are part of our mission to bring that student, not just to make them intelligent or smart, but to bring them to a relationship with God, no? Kasi it starts with the character development. Yeah, this is why you will notice from the presentation, cheating can be perhaps minimized if we emphasize on the integrity. We emphasize on that our foundation of teaching is on love, rather than we as professors are very critical on what the students are actually trying to accomplish or have accomplished. No. Maybe Sir Chopilo can also wala na Sir Chopilo.
Andyan po.
Andyan pa. Okay.
Yes. Sir?
I'm here.
Okay. Yeah, so nakalabas na sila.
Yeah, I've read reflections, and I think I'm not sure if there's one more, but we've been I'm currently talking with a friend of mine, actually. Sorry, I'm multitasking.
Okay.
A friend of mine from University of the Philippines who said that she graduated high school in Sultan Kudarat before it was a state university. So it's interesting, no, that the ties that bind us are very, I'm not sure how to call it, but I'm very glad. These reflections are very nice to hear, and I'm sure these are the kinds of reflections our students also are able to give us once we deliver and assess them appropriately and with the kind of heart that we should be having as educators, whether in K-12 or in higher education. So I'm very glad that this was something that the participants were able to tell us. Thank you very much.
Okay.
Dr. Collado?
Thank you so much for our attendees. I hope that the learning that we had today become a more ingredients for us to become more creative teachers and become that, so that our students will become more motivated to learn from us. So we have to learn from each other. Even though we are already a teacher, we also could learn from them. What are their needs? At the same time, how we could collaborate with our students. So we become more student-centered educator rather than to become more teacher-centered. So for now, congratulations in advance. And I know when you go back home, you have this kind of different kinds of ingredients that you can put on the table of online learning. Thank you, and may you keep safe, and hope to see you soon in the other webinars that we will have.
Thank you, Dr. Collado. We still have some here. May nagsabi din po. Thank you for the speakers and organizers for enkindling in us the passion and teaching and learning. We learned a lot today. From Sir Reynan, thank you for this wonderful opportunity. SKSU and to our great speakers, I learned a lot. So lahat po ay nagte-thank you and hoping that they can have a copy. Sir, hoping that they can have a copy.
We will gather them.
Apo, Dr. Rufina?
Thank you so much, SKUS. Ano ba yun? Sinabi ko?
SKSU.
Hihirapan ako dun sa, anyway, form na lang. Sultan Kudarat State University. Thank you so much. With your reflections, I love to hear. It's just like a reward to us as speakers this afternoon, sharing with you what we have. Thank you so much, Ma'am, and God bless you more. And I hope to see you in another or in other webinars. Thank you.
So Arjem, I'd like to to mention to recognize the presence of Dr. Nancy Espacio, the Dean of the College of Education or the Teacher of Education, and also mamaya you will be introducing her. But I would like to acknowledge the presence of the BPAA of SKSU, si Dr. Christine Abo. So she's there. So we would like to thank you, ma'am, for anyway, you will be mentioned again by our MC. Thank you, Arjem.
All right. I believe that this webinar has been very fruitful, and I know that our co-educators from SKSU learned a lot, which they can use in their teaching in the new normal. Before we close this program with a prayer to be rendered by Dr. Cecilia Ronya, may I call SKSU's Vice President for Academic Affairs, Dr. Christine P. Abo, for the vote of thanks, followed by the SKSU College of Teacher Education BE Ed Program Chair, Dr. Anessa P. Mangindra, to represent the Dean of the College of Teacher Education, Dr. Nancy B. Espacio, for the closing remarks. Thank you po.
Okay. Again, good afternoon, everyone. I am very much thankful to the Adventist University of the Philippines for giving your time and sharing your brilliant ideas and very interesting topics for today. As you can see with the chat, most of our participants are very much happy and thankful for the learnings that you shared with us. So in behalf of the administrations, I would like to extend our heartfelt gratitude to the university, to the institution. And of course, I hope that this is not only the first or the last, but I am also requesting you that this will start as the start of having that linkages or expecting for more partnership with your university. Thank you so much for making this day a productive one. God bless us all and keep safe.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, while waiting for her to get in, I would like to thank all the people behind this CPD webinar, of course, to our speakers, Dr. Francisco, Dr. Collado, Dr. Esguerra, and Dr. Dorado. We also thank the participation of Dr. Salazar, Ma'am Pagaduan, Dr. Lagahino, and in a while, Dr. Ronya. and all the people behind the program like Ma'am Mimi Helyaduga, Sir Ariel Ligalig, Sir Josh Valenzuela, and the COE's contact at SKSU, Ma'am Aini Sansano, maraming salamat po sa inyo. And of course, thank you very much to the President of SKSU, Dr. Hetchanova, to their VPA, Dr. Abo, the CTE's Dean and BE Ed Chair, Drs. Espacio and Mangindra, who we're waiting now. And of course, this will not be possible if not without the attendance of our maestro and maestra from SKSU. Maraming salamat po sa pag-attend niyong lahat. May I call Dr. Ronya to close our program with a prayer.
May I invite you to join me in a closing prayer. Let us all pray. We praise you and give back the glory to your name, dear Lord, for this successful webinar. We know that you have blessed all of us with another portion of wisdom through the learnings that we had today. As we close this program, may you keep pouring thy blessings to all of us that we may apply what we have learned in our own field of practice. Remind us, O Lord, that we are doing this not only for our personal consumption, but for the service of our institutions and students whom we work with every day. Make us realize that all our actions and plans should be done for your greater glory. May you send us your Holy Spirit so that we would have no fear in meeting the challenges that our everyday lives entail. Make us realize, O Lord, that it is a master teacher who called us to teach and be here. All this we pray and offer to you, our mighty Lord Jesus. Amen.
Amen. All right, this concludes our webinar today. Thank you again, everyone, for attending. We pray that this educational event will equip you to become better educators. To our brothers and sisters from SKSU, stay negative from COVID-19 but positive in life as educators. God bless you all.
Thank you, everyone.
Sure.